Hey everyone, tonight we're not sailing the high seas, but drifting slowly into one of the most quietly terrifying centuries in human history, the 1300s, a time when Europe basically lived inside one long, unlucky shrug from the universe. Before knights were noble, before peasants became Renaissance peasants, there was a century that looked at humanity and said, let's see how many layers of misery we can stack before something cracks. Not dramatic misery like dragon raids or flaming catapults, no. This was the slow, damp kind that seeps under a doorframe and settles in the bones. Weather went weird. Harvests failed. Kings threw tantrums that turned into wars, and nature itself seemed to be filing a complaint against human civilization. So before we curl up beside this historical campfire of doom, take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you actually enjoy this gentle descent into mildly depressing bedtime history. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. If you're here for sleep, you're probably lying in the dark, wondering why the world feels unpredictable. Congratulations. You and medieval Europe already have something in common. Now go ahead and dim the lights. Maybe crack a window for a little background thunder if you've got a storm outside. And tuck yourself in like a 14th century peasant hiding from absolutely everything. Because tonight isn't about swashbuckling or heroes. It's about ordinary lives quietly bending under the weight of extraordinary circumstances. The 14th century wasn't a single disaster. It was disaster as a lifestyle. First came the weather, crops drowning one year and dying of thirst the next. Then came famine, tightening its grip like a hand around the throat of a continent. Wars piled up like dishes no one wanted to wash. And somewhere in the east, inside the body of a rat that did not know it was about to become historically significant, the next catastrophe was already twitching awake. If you ever imagined the Middle Ages as colorful tournaments and gallant knights trotting across flower-dotted fields, this will be a very different kind of bedtime story. This is the sound of a world creaking at the seams, not collapsing yet, but preparing to. And all the people living through it didn't realize they were inside a storm until the lightning was already at their doorstep. So settle in. Take a breath. Let your mind drift back 7 centuries to a continent under 2 skies, one choked with storms, the other shimmering with heat, waiting for the moment everything would tip. And as we move through this story slowly, piece by piece, you'll see how an entire age unraveled not with a bang, but with a long, exhausted sigh. All right, let's step into the century where fate, weather, and disease all decided to coordinate their schedules. Welcome to the 14th century, history's slow-motion avalanche. Chapter 1. The Continent Under 2 Skies. If you were to unfold a map of Europe in the 14th century, it would not feel like looking at a continent, so much as peering into a pressure chamber sealed by fate. Imagine the parchment stretching wide across a wooden table, its edges curled with age. To the west and north, low clouds gather, heavy and metallic, the kind that sit on the shoulders of cities like a warning. The sky sags inward like a hallway before a storm breaks. Below it, kingdoms once confident in their lineage, England, France, Aragon, the Holy Roman Empire, stand unaware that the weight above them is not simply weather, but the first quiet hints of collapse. The year is not yet shaped by catastrophe, but catastrophe is already shaping the year. Now, let the eye drift south and east across the continent. Where the clouds thin, another threat takes form, not wet, but burning. Dry winds swirl across pastures and farmland that have forgotten the softness of spring. In Sicily, crops strain for water. In northern Italy, the rivers have grown impatient and erratic, flooding one year and vanishing the next. Trade cities breathe feverishly, carrying whispers of new illnesses from faraway caravans. The map here is not shrouded by darkness, but by heat. An invisible fire curling upward from the soil itself. Two halves of the same continent, two different skies, yet neither part is safe. Europe at this moment looks deceptively still. Feudal lords carry out their rituals of inheritance and allegiance. Monks copy illuminated manuscripts in candle-lit cloisters. And peasants till fields out of habit and hope more than certainty. But underneath that rhythm, the natural world is quietly reorganizing its loyalties. Grain rots where it should ripen. Pastures are soaked one season, starved the next. Storms drift farther inland than memory can account for. The familiar structure of life still stands, but like a house whose wooden beams have already begun to soften, it is one ordinary day away from revealing its true fragility. The people living here cannot see the convergence yet. They feel only discomfort, not doom. A grain shortage here, a hungry winter there. A price rising, a harvest shrinking. To them, disasters arrive one at a time. To us, watching from above, the pattern is visible. A giant wheel turning, slowly but unavoidably, toward crisis. Along the spine of Europe, the Alps and the Carpathians, lightning flickers, as if nature is drawing a glowing border between storms and flame. It is the line where weather turns from drowning to burning, where frost-laced winds collide with air that still remembers older, warmer centuries. At the time, nobody suspects they are watching the first tremors of what modern historians would call the Little Ice Age. But the countryside feels it long before scholars will name it. And all the while, over trade routes stretching eastward beyond the map's edge, the earliest seeds of another disaster are already in motion. Seeds that do not grow in soil, but in the blood of fleas and lungs. They are not visible. They are not feared, not yet. The map you are looking at is Europe seconds before a wave breaks. A cartographer drawing it in 1320 might have used elegant borders, confident heraldry, and generous color, believing the order of things permanent. But if the parchment could feel its own future, it would tremble with anticipation. Famine waits in the clouds. War waits beneath the banners of kings. And in the merchant ports of the Mediterranean, a quieter doom waits in crates and cargo, curled like a shadow inside the body of a rat. People often imagine history turning in decisive moments. A battle won, a treaty signed, a kingdom collapsing overnight. But the 14th century does not fall like a struck tower. It sags first, slowly, like a bridge whose ropes have frayed strand by strand. Before the catastrophe comes the soft unspooling, the era of warnings disguised as weather. The map before you is not just a picture of landmass and borders. It is a prelude, an inhalation before the long, desperate exhale of an age. Beneath either sky, storm-choked or firelit, Europe is already changing shape. Not on parchment, but in spirit. Everything still appears intact, but nothing quietly, truly is. Chapter 2. The street turns into soup. Let's step off the map and into the rain. You push open the scriptorium door, and the century immediately tries to climb into your shoes. The town outside is upset porridge, brown, lukewarm, and determined to hug your ankles. Rain falls with the confidence of a royal decree. It doesn't patter, it commits. It is 1315's favorite hobby and 1316's career. Roof lines drip in synchronized sulk. The sky has chosen a single color, wet pewter, and refuses feedback. You take 3 steps and learn a new verb. To squelch, meaning to move forward while reconsidering all your past choices. Your patterns, those wooden overshoes that promise height and deliver drama, skate on a generous layer of mud the consistency of enthusiastic stew. A cart lurches by, its wheels writing calligraphy in the street, each letter spelling no. Somewhere nearby, a goose swears at the weather, loudly and with personal detail. It's time for breakfast. Bad idea. The baker's stall is a shrine to optimism and the absence of wheat. You join a queue of damp citizens whose cloaks smell like wet sheep, because, delightfully, they are. The baker slides loaves from his oven with a face that has forgotten smiling, a craftsman of edible compromise. Today's bread is a maslin mix of whatever grains held hands long enough to be ground. You spot rye, some barley, maybe a handful of peas that wandered in without an invitation. The crumb is dense enough to double as a paperweight. The crust has the moral fiber of a small fortress. A constable with a very official hat and a very unofficial umbrella, a hood that leaks slower, carries scales for the assize of bread and ale. He weighs loaves, nods at legal frowns, and pretends prices can be controlled by the force of his eyebrows. Everyone knows the truth. When fields drown, arithmetic drowns too. You trade a coin for a loaf and your ration of superstition. You tell yourself it tastes earthy instead of precarious. It's like calling your apartment cozy when your bed is also your chair and your table. Let's talk about rain as a lifestyle. The Little Ice Age has quietly swapped out your summers for shorter, colder editions. Rains arrive early, stay late, and take double portions. Fields outside town lose arguments to puddles. Seed rots in the ground like a bad rumor. Rye soldiers on, but invites unwelcome extras when the season runs too wet. Little fungal party crashers that make the bread feel funny in the head. You take small bites and large prayers. Cattle catch murren and bow out from history in rows. Cowsheds turn into long goodbyes. With meat scarce and milk sullen, you develop a complex emotional relationship with cabbages. Modern comparison break. Imagine meal prepping when your oven is the weather, your pantry is a puddle, and your grocery app says delivery in 18 months because the road floated away. It's time for work. Also a bad idea, but nobly attempted. You slog to the market square, where merchants have invented new uses for tarps. Stalls shelter under patched sailcloth that once knew a ship and now knows humility. The tanner is stirring skins in a barrel with an aroma that redefines personal boundaries. The rain dilutes it in a way that only spreads the message. A fishmonger offers river catch that looks as surprised to be here as you are. Seafish is rare. Storms keep cogs in harbour, and the North Sea has been in a mood for months. Herring don't read schedules, and even if they did, boats are not reading waves. Prices climb a ladder and leave it behind. The town crier announces the weather, wet, and a few new rules about grain hoarding. He bangs a handbell that sounds like optimism and echoes off stone. He also reads a list of alms for the hungry. You're on it. Sometimes as giver, sometimes as receiver, depending on how your week went with reality. At the parish church, a chest collects coins and prayers. The priest says the famine is a test. You look at the sky and wonder if it's studied for this. Let's talk about getting dry. Or not. Your house is a one-room conversation between wood, daub, and regret. The thatch roof sags like a thought in late afternoon. Every hour it chooses a new leak. You hang a bucket directly under the most ambitious drip and congratulate yourself on home improvement. The hearth tries. It truly does. Smoke curls around the rafters, searching for a chimney that is more of a suggestion. Your cloak steams, and so do you, like two vegetables in a medieval soup. Inside, the floor is compacted earth, wearing a seasonal gloss. You spread fresh rushes over it, which is to say, you add a crunchy garnish to your puddle. In a drier year, the rushes would be swapped out with ceremony. This year, they become a layered lasagna of plant life and accidental archaeology. You tell yourself it's rustic. Your feet tell you it's biology. Lunch happens because hope is a carbohydrate. You boil a pot of pottage, the universal medieval answer to everything. Today's edition: peas that never learned to surrender, onions if you bartered correctly, and a heroic clutch of nettles you gathered with the kind of careful bravery usually reserved for major life decisions. The flavor is green, like someone described a salad to the water, and it took notes. You thicken it with yesterday's stale bread cut into coins, because your currency now includes soup. Modern comparison break. It's like making a smoothie in a rain barrel, while your blender keeps filing complaints with HR. Outside, the town walls drip. The moat has become an enthusiastic soup that nobody ordered. A pair of mercenaries on leave from whichever border is currently complicated clatter through the gate, their boots taking home more mud than memory. Even the bell in the church tower rings with a damp sound, as if the clapper is wearing mittens. Hunger sharpens everything. The Guildhall debates. Salaries with soup spoons. The miller swears he can grind what the fields can't grow, which is impressive theatre. The reeve makes lists of who has seed corn left, who doesn't, and who pretends. You watch neighbors make new economies, swapping a hen for a sack of barley, a day's labor for the privilege of borrowing a dry corner of a barn. Somewhere, a noble reduces a rent and calls it mercy. Somewhere else, a noble does not and calls that order. You make a face that translates across centuries. Evening leans in early because daylight has unionized. You walk home under a sky that's basically a towel someone forgot to wring out. Somewhere a chronicler is writing, and it rained, and running out of ink. You tuck your loaf into a cupboard that has never seen a dry day in its life, and consider the mathematics of making it last until the next ship braves the Baltic and the storm decides to take a personal day. You lie down on a straw mattress that has a sense of humor and listen to the rain drum its favorite song on the thatch. It is not a lullaby, but it is consistent, and sometimes that is enough. Your last thought before sleep is practical and small. Tomorrow you will move the bucket to the left by one finger's width. In a year like this, precision is hope with a ruler, hope with a ruler. Chapter 3. The cupboard learns to echo. Let's talk about dinner, or the rumor of it. Morning has the decency to arrive, but the sky is still a damp towel someone forgot to wring out. The thatch above your head drips at a civilized pace, as if practicing for a recital. Water stains creep down the daub like maps of countries where no one wants to live. Your hearth yawns cold. The last ember gave up in the night, muttering something about poor working conditions and a lack of kindling. You sit up and count the quiet. It's a simple inventory. One rushlight, sputtering like a guilty thought. 2 wooden bowls. 1 iron pot that smells faintly of yesterday's bravery. And 3 rat-chewed grain sacks, their mouths puckered and ragged as if the moon took a bite. The sacks weigh nothing. You pick one up and it sighs in your hands like old fabric and bad news. Your family gathers the way people do when warmth is an animal you must trap. The room feels smaller because everyone's ribs have gotten closer to the air. Your mother's face has become a landscape of cheekbones. The little one peers into the pot as if it might produce optimism if observed hard enough. Grandmother sits on her stool and remembers better harvests and worse lords, which is honestly a tie. Outside, the rain reheats the world. Inside, you do math that would make a saint swear. You spread 7 barley grains on the table like coins. Seed for spring is a promise you can't stop making. Eating seed corn is the last stop on a road you swore not to take. The medieval version of selling your bed to buy a pillow. You slide 3 kernels back into the sack as if that will make them multiply like gospel stories. You tell your stomach to invest. Let's cook. Bold claim. You pour water into the pot. It clinks the way empty things do. A miracle occurs when you find an onion, soft around the edges but still proud of its identity. You shave it down like a barber moonlighting as a poet. A handful of nettles that you gathered with dramatic caution come next, chopped fine to disguise their personality. The pottage turns the water a hopeful green, like spring sending a postcard to winter with the caption, "Soon." The smell rises, herbal, humble, the perfume of survival. It's not nothing. It's not much. The little one asks if there's bread. You break off the last honest slice from the Maslin loaf you bought yesterday. Its crust a thesis on stubbornness. You cut it into 6, then into 8, because fractions are free. The knife squeaks like bad violin. You pretend it's music. Modern comparison break. It's like doing intermittent fasting, except the interval is the calendar, and your app keeps sending push notifications that say, "Lol." You ladle pottage into bowls with the gravity of a judge. Each scoop carries exactly the same number of pea ghosts, which is to say, none. The nettles taste like someone told a leaf to be brave. The onion is a tiny party. Someone makes a joke about chewing slowly so your dinner lasts until tomorrow. Everyone laughs in the polite way people do when they're trying not to think about tomorrow. Let's discuss the house, that enthusiastic collaborator. The roof weeps at a rate that suggests feelings. You move the bucket again, a hair's width left, orchestrating a symphony of plinks. The door rattles in its frame like a nervous tooth. The single hole that calls itself a window is shuttered, because the wind has strong opinions and the rushlight is shy. Smoke from the hearth lingers in the rafters, which do not admit a chimney, just the concept of one. Your cloak steams with damp ambition. A rat pops out from behind the woodpile, looks at you with the professional confidence of a career freelancer, and zips away. The cat, who is named Lady Charity because irony is free, lifts her head, considers the rat for a full philosophical moment, and goes back to sleeping on your only dry glove. Lady Charity believes in grace, not labor. News trickles in with neighbors. Thomas from 2 cottages over says the reeve measured the Lord's granary with eyes that were sorry but hands that were not. The priory gave out a thin ale and 2 loaves to 7 families, which was either mercy or math, depending on your place in the queue. No one mentions the men who went to the forest to look for pigs that don't belong to them. No one mentions how many came back. You all become very interested in the weather. It's wet. Let's step outside and pretend it helps. You join a small pilgrimage to the common fields, which have become a mirror no one asked for. The road is a collection of regrettable choices. In the hedgerow you gather hips and haws like a squirrel with a Bible. You find acorns bitter as bad love. You know about leaching tannins from a wise aunt and a foolish experiment. Boil them long enough and the bitterness wavers. Grind them with barley and you can persuade them into bread that has opinions. It's not a great plan, but this year you're dating plans for their personality, not their looks. Murren took 3 cars from the village last month. You count time in absences now. The shepherd's flock is a rumour in the rain. Wool is dear and laughter has a price. The fishmonger in town has nothing but a story about a boat that tried and a storm that tried harder. The cooper says his trade is brisk because barrels float. Everyone has become a poet against their will. Back home you squeeze the pottage pot with a spatula made from hope. You scrape the cling into bowls, a technique taught by mothers since bread learned to be bread. The little one asks if tomorrow is bigger than today. You say yes with the confidence of a parent and the accuracy of a weather vane. Modern comparison break. Imagine your meal plan is an Excel sheet with exactly one cell that says water. You merge cells and call it soup. Night arrives early and sits on your shoulders. You bank the fire under a cautious lid of ash, the medieval equivalent of putting your phone on airplane mode. Pretend off, not really. The rushlight burns down into a stubby confession. You lie on straw that has known many conversations and at least 3 summers. It pokes your back with good intentions. You think about spring like a person memorizing a story. In your mind, the plowshare slices the earth, not mud. The seed falls into warmth, not a puddle. The sun remembers how to be generous. You see bread, round and real. You see a day when the bucket can go live in the shed and the roof only has one job: roof. Your last act before sleep is to tie the grain sacks tighter, knot within knot, as if string can argue with hunger. You place them high, away from rat teeth and low spirits. It feels ceremonial. It feels like theft from despair. Tonight's menu ends simply. Hot water with ideas. You sip it, close your eyes, and discover that even famine has a lullaby. Rain on thatch, a cat snoring rebellion, and a house that leaks just enough to prove it's still here. Chapter 4. The Fields Learn to Drown. Let's get some perspective. Imagine rising up above your cottage, the way a crow does when it's late for work. The roof shrinks to a damp punctuation mark. The lane untwists into a brown ribbon. And then the world widens, a quilt of long strips stitched into the open fields. Ridge and furrow, neat as combed hair. Except the comb was a storm, and the hair is now a bog. From up here, Northern Europe looks like someone set their cereal bowl down and forgot it for a week. Every strip glistens. Furrows have become trenches of standing water, calm as a held breath. The ridges, meant to shed rain, now sulk under it. Crops didn't so much fail as choose to return to the water from whence all life once came. It's philosophical, in a catastrophic sort of way. You descend until your feet find the path that used to be a path. Mud lifts your shoes like a clingy admirer. The first step gives you a cool handshake through the sole. The second step registers deeper, a gentle argument between you and gravity. By the third, you understand why the cartwheels quit. They're over it. The barley that survived the talkative spring has rotted in place, each stalk a little funeral. Wheat heads, so carefully counted in your hopes, lie bloated and sullen, a banquet for mold with exclusive seating and a strict dress code, only gray. Oats, usually the reliable understudy, threw up their hands when the third month of rain showed up uninvited. Rye tried to pretend it liked the wet, and then remembered it didn't. Even peas, the optimists of the field, have become rumor and mush. Modern comparison break. It's like investing your retirement in a new startup called Sunshine, and then discovering the CEO is rain. You can hear the fields. Not the wind, there isn't one. Just the soft, endless glup, glup of water deciding where to be. A gull circles inland because even the coast has had enough. At the edge of the strips, the stooks that never were lean into each other, imaginary shadows on a cloudy day. On the domain, the Lord's land, the large share of those very same fields, the reeve stands with a stick and the face of a man conducting a census of puddles. He squints like a person trying to read the small print on a lease that says, "We'll collect rent in the form of crops that don't exist." Labor services still need performing, he says, as if you can bundle and stack water. You nod, because arguing with a stick never caught a fish. Let's talk about the plow. Bad idea. The heavy plow is parked in the byre, a noble ship that will not sail today. The iron share has rust freckles like a teenager. The four-ox team that usually pulls it snuffs the dank air and stamps, as if practicing for ballet in a swamp. Yokes hang with the gravity of all plans postponed. Oxen like routine. Oxen do not like wading. You try to coax them down the headland, but an ox's opinion is a cathedral. From above, ridge and furrow was geometry. Down here, it's a labyrinth of cold ankles. You cut open soil and find not soil, but soup. Seeds offered in good faith have swollen to regrets. The smell is a farm turned inside out, sour straw, rot, the greenish breath of things that should be dry and aren't. You stand on the raised strip, which is now just a slightly more ambitious puddle, and you count what the rain stole. You count the hay that never got safely stacked in the rick before the skies began their performance piece titled, "What If We Didn't Stop?" Without hay, the cattle eat thin and then get murrin, a catch-all word for everything that takes them while you're looking. A village loses 3 cows, and you feel it in the marrow of the year. Calves were promises, now they're footnotes. The price of grain has climbed a ladder with no top. Last market day, a bushel cost the sort of money you only see when someone dies and leaves you a spoon. People start stretching bread with things that never asked to be bread. Peas, beans, acorns leached into submission. It's culinary jazz, and the saxophone is complaining. Modern comparison break. Think of standing in your kitchen while your recipe app insists you can substitute anything green for spinach. That, but with consequences. The river over there is licking its banks with intent. The ferry sits on a new, larger river that used to be the road to town. The miller who hates silence has too much of it. No dry grain to grind, no cheerful thump of millstones to measure the day. He leans in his doorway and watches the water think. He's not alone. All across the coast, salt pans drown, and with them the cheap salt that used to cure fish and hope. Fasting days still arrive like tax season, but fewer people can afford the fish that make fasting feel like a favor to God rather than a prank. From the sky, yours, borrowed for a moment. This isn't one village, it's all of them. From the North Sea to the Baltic, from the lowlands to uplands that secretly wish to be islands. The mist turns the horizon into an ellipsis. Somewhere beyond it, a clerk tries to make the yield figures add up and ends up with a page full of adjectives. Somewhere else, a barge that would carry grain to a hungrier town sits flat as a thought you can't move along. You kneel and take a clump of soil between your fingers. It sighs into paste. You rub it and pick out the ghost of a root. The field has been your office, your savings account, your social calendar, your therapist. Today it is none of those things, just a large body of evidence. Maybe spring, you say to no one and everyone. The word spring feels like a child's hand in yours, small but insistent. A neighbor splashes up with the sort of cheer people practice for other people's benefit. He says he heard that in Flanders they dug extra drains. You look at your landscape and imagine 1,000 little canals, all eager to deliver water to some other person's problem. Then you both laugh, politely, because even the jokes are damp. You take one last long look from your crow-late-for-work vantage, letting your mind rise above the habit of staring at your boots. The fields stretch in every direction, wet as a sarcasm. The horizon, if you squint, could be promising. It could also be the world shrugging. Back at ground level, you adjust your cloak, which soaks up rain the way gossip soaks up an afternoon. You turn toward home, which has become surprisingly attractive now that it is not the sky. Behind you, the land continues to listen to water. Before you, the house does its impression of shelter. Between the two, you walk. Modern comparison break. It's like being CC'd on a very long email thread where everyone says, "As per my last message," and the only attachment is weather. You reach the hedge, squeeze through, and the fields fall away behind you. They'll be there tomorrow. So will you. Not exactly a plot twist, but technically that's suspense. Chapter 5. The streets learn to cough. Let's go to town. You leave the fields behind you like a bad dream that insists it was meaningful. The lane that used to be dust is now a narrow creek with traffic. You follow it toward the walls. The city gate rises out of the damp like a stern eyebrow, with a porter who looks bored in the way only a man paid to stare at a door can look bored. He lifts the chain of a toll basket as if it weighs the same as hope. You surrender a coin that has spent too much time sweating in your glove, and in return, you get access to everything you weren't sure you wanted. Inside, the street pinches. Houses lean in toward each other, upper stories jutting out with the confidence of elbows at a crowded table. So much timber leans on so much timber that the sky feels like something the street borrowed and forgot to return. Between the jetties, a ribbon of light and a very public perfume. Smoke, old fish, tallow, onions, last week, and someone's chamber pot auditioning for the role of weather. Footing is strategy. The center of the lane is a long gurgle where yesterday's meals and this morning's ambitions flow toward the river. The sides are a negotiation, with doorsteps, barrels, and people. So many people. The countryside keeps sending its worry to town, and town keeps nodding. Yes, yes, stand over there, we're also worried. Men with shoulders like coat racks. Women hitching skirts, eyes like charcoal. Children, thin as quills, bumping through like punctuation on legs. You dodge a pig that is having the time of its life at an open gutter. A goose glares at you as if you insulted its family. Somewhere, a tinker hammers rhythm into a dented pot, and the sound blends with a saw, with a market crier listing stale bread in the tone of a man selling jewelry. The baker's shop exhales a smell that is almost bread, and therefore mostly memory. Prices are a joke with a mean punchline. On the church steps they sit, men whose knees are knuckles beneath wool. Women with faces pinched to seams. Begging isn't hidden. It's open as the weather. For the love of God, they say, because that is the only account anyone still honors. A boy quietly unwraps his own wrist from a string so he can hold his palm out properly. An old woman shows you a kiss of bone at her cheek every time she tries to smile. You know these people, or you could have, if a few rains had fallen different. Modern comparison break. Imagine your city's busiest sidewalk right after a big game lets out. Now, remove the game, the hot dogs, and 80% of everyone's body weight. Add the smell of a candle shop that stocks only rancid cod and hints of cow. The guild halls loom like tidy ideas. Bakers, drapers, mercers, each with an emblem that says stability is a logo. Inside, some men talk about ordinances with the seriousness of a man aligning buttons. Outside, a man with his ribs showing is teaching a dog to accept a crust with grace. The draper's apprentice sweeps a threshold that will be dirty again before the broom can think about having a personality. A door opens above you, and a pale hand tips a pot neatly, the contents choosing you by majority vote. Someone shouts a warning, but you only catch the last syllable, which sounds like "Lo!" and probably meant you, specifically, move. You step sideways too late, and a small but meaningful amount of city lands on your shoe. You are now one with the civic experience. Ahead, a bell. Not the call to mass, round and reassuring. A small bell, tinny, insistent. A bead on a string of days you wish were shorter. You feel the ripple in the crowd before you see it. People press to the sides with that practiced, unwilling courtesy you recognize from ferries and funerals. The cart comes. 2 wheels, a plank floor, sides that have known weather and not liked it. A man walks beside it, his hand on the shaft, his face that careful blank people wear when they already used up their expressions for the day. On the cart are shapes. They are wrapped, because someone loved them, even if it was only the person who cut and folded the coarse linen. A sprig of rosemary, brave and entirely outmatched, trembles on a knot. The bell rings again. Somewhere under the linen, a foot is where a foot should not be, and a heel's curve catches the light like the memory of a dance. The cart passes the parish boundary, and the priest comes out with a book that is more thumb than page by now. His Latin is soft around the edges, like butter spread too thin. He says the words because someone has to. A clerk stands with a charcoal stick and doesn't write anything, because there is nothing to write that would make sense. The names, the ages, the number of times a city can empty and still be called a city. You watch people watch the cart. Some cross themselves with the speed of a man swatting a fly. Others do it slowly, like winding a clock that no longer keeps time. A few look away, the way you look away from a well when you know there is nothing at the bottom except an echo. You move again because the street insists. A fishmonger lifts a half barrel, and the river of melt and gut renews itself. A friar walks by, his rope belt whispering against cloth, his basket filled with bread that someone will call charity, and someone else will call survival. A city ordinance nailed to a post asks people not to throw refuse in the lane, and the lane writes back in smell. Over there by the butcher's, two men argue in the tense and familiar way of people who want to feel in control of something, anything. They argue about meat weight and end up arguing about the sky. A girl threads through with a basket of rushes and a face set to neutral. She is everyone's sister and no one's responsibility. Her hair smells faintly of smoke. She carries 4 candles in her pocket like a set of tiny suns she will loan the night for a few hours. Another bell, another cart. Time has become a loop with a wheel on it. Modern comparison break. Think of it as a traffic update. Expect delays due to a heavy volume of existential dread. Left lane closed permanently. Detours to the nearest church are provided, but no one knows if the map is accurate. The tanner's yard is downwind because everyone agreed once, loudly. The river wears a collar of brown froth. Men work there anyway, because rent is less philosophical than rivers. Their hands are the same color as their work, and will be, forever. They will outlive some things, and not others. The dye house coughs a blue into the air that looks beautiful and tastes like regret. By the bridge, a woman sells pins. The pins glint like tiny sermons about order. You buy 2, because there are very few problems you can pin. But it's something. You tuck one in your sleeve and feel better, simply because it makes the sleeve behave. It is a small victory in a town that feeds on large defeats. A boy with a clacker moves past, the wooden tongues snapping like a tired stork. He keeps people away from someone not on the cart yet. You step aside because you're polite, and because you're a mammal that understands the shape of danger, even when it is dressed in wool. You pause under a sign that shows a golden lion who has never met a lion. Above you, shutters clap. Below, the street does what it does. You look down its length and see it bend out of sight like a sentence you can't quite finish. You do finish this, though. You breathe. You put one hand on the wall to steady yourself and feel the warmth of a sun that has finally wandered back between the rooftops. For a second, the street smells like wood and yeast, and the ghosts of lavender someone tied to a beam last summer. Then a dog splashes into the gutter. A hawker lifts his voice. A bell rings, and the city returns to itself. You step into the narrow light, and it gives way. Not exactly a welcome, but technically an entrance. Chapter 6. A sun the color of old milk. Let's leave town. Step past the last leaning houses and the last indecisive puddle. Through the postern where the wind always seems to audition for the role of knife, and the city exhales you into its larger, colder parent, the countryside. The bell you've been hearing for hours fades behind the wall, replaced by a different music entirely, the soft crack of ice remembering how to fail, the sigh of a forest in a heavy coat, the quiet of a sky that misplaced its blue sometime in November and hasn't bothered to file a report. Here is winter when it stops being a rumor and starts being architecture. The little ice age has parked itself over the century like an overachieving cloud. The sun is up there somewhere, technically, but it's the color of old milk and just as inspirational. It presses its weak coin of light through a ceiling of wool-dark cloud, and the best it can manage is dimly accusatory. Your breath draws diagrams in front of your face, and your nose does a perfect impression of a small bell. Let's talk about walking. The lane is no longer a lane, but a philosophy about lanes. Ruts hardened into rungs during last week's freeze, then glazed themselves in last night's microscopic treachery. Your boots are thick, your socks are optimism, and both of them are losing. You feel each step up your calves, through your thighs, and into a hamstring that files a complaint with your future. The leather of your shoes has been pegged and nailed, and still it lies to you about being waterproof. Waterproof in the 14th century means water will still find you. It just respects you slightly less. The hedges wear diamonds. Hoarfrost, thick as a thumb, turns every twig into a sermon about fragility. The trees are black quills written into a gray page, each branch outlined with the kind of glitter children's books promised, but never delivered without supervision. Somewhere a robin tries out a note, decides the audience is hostile, and reconsiders its career. The village ahead is a pocket of roofs pulled low. Thatch bears the weight of winter like a tired ox. It sags and drips, and occasionally slid a little avalanche onto the unwary. Smoke threads up from louvers and holes in a sulky spiral. Then the wind catches it and writes your name in cough. Chimneys exist here and there, in places where money has learned to climb a wall. But most rooms still feed their smoke to the rafters, because the rafters asked for a personality. You step into a house because you know the rule. In this cold, fire is not a luxury. It's your employer. The door mutters on its hinges, and the air shifts from knife to soup, but only by a letter. The hearth is a square of stubborn orange with opinions. Someone has coaxed peat to smolder beside last year's wood, and a log hisses out its watery secrets. The heat is real if you are a shin. The rest of you learns to be patient. Breakfast is an idea. A pot hangs over the coals and has made something ambitious out of oats, cabbage, and the memory of a bone. You stir, and the spoon stands up on its own, either out of enthusiasm or just because it is frozen there a little. You eat anyway, because your options are this or a handful of air. The taste is earthy, in the sense that the earth is winning. Modern comparison break. Think of the coldest office you've ever worked in because the thermostat is guarded by a man in a fleece who believes in character building. Now remove the thermostat, the fleece, and the concept of HR. Add a draft so committed it should be paying rent. Let's talk about livestock. They're indoors, technically. The cow's breath is a warm ghost in the pen at the far end. The pig has turned straw into an art installation titled Entropy. There are reasons people keep animals close in winter: warmth and survival, and the fact that to walk to the byre at midnight in this weather is to flirt with becoming rural sculpture. Hay is low because the summer was unhelpful and the autumn was worse. Everyone remembers 1315, like a story their uncle won't stop telling. Rain that performed a one-man show for months, hayfields that turned to soup, and cattle that learned hunger as a new language. This winter isn't that exactly, but you keep the lesson folded very small in your chest. There are years when the world forgets how to feed you. You step back outside because daylight is too precious to use on interior complaints. Wind hits you in the face with a small apology and a bigger insult. The mill pond has a lid. The miller has become a philosopher overnight, stroking his beard at a wheel that cannot turn, calculating grain he cannot grind, and the cleverness of a stream that decided to be decorative rather than useful. The villagers test the ice with an elder's stick and footsteps measured in skepticism. If it holds, they will drag sledges across it with the grace of people who have practiced a lot of ungraceful things. Let's talk about clothes. You wear layers like a decision. Linen against the skin because that's the rule your grandmother taught you. Wool over wool, a hood that tries to be a cave, and mittens that are a negotiation between dexterity and dignity. Your cloak smells faintly of sheep because it contains the opinions of a sheep. It keeps out wind roughly the way a poem keeps out wolves. It doesn't really, but your mood is improved. Your face is a map of choices. Scarf up, see less, feel less. Scarf down, look brave, regret everything. Your eyelashes collect frost and clap together tenderly every time you blink. Your ears become theory. Your cheeks are auditioning to be pottery. Modern comparison break. Ever tried to open your phone with gloves on while the wind is filing your teeth and the sky is doing grayscale? That, but your phone is a flint, your notifications are crows, and your data plan is, please let the fire catch. By the forest. Edge. Wood gatherers work like saints of small increments. The Lord's men count bundles because trees are not, as it turns out, free. You scavenge deadwood with the careful speed of someone who has learned that fingers are not a renewable resource. Every twig you add to your back is a decision not to be cold later. Every twig you fail to add is a future conversation with yourself in the second person. You should have taken the extra branch. Wolves are rumors spoken in a reasonable tone. You don't see them today, but you feel the way the silence leaves space for them anyway. Let's talk about light. Afternoon is a rumor that dies young. You catch it around lunch and it slips away by tea time, except tea is not a thing, and time is a candle. You burn a tallow dip and it smells like an apology wearing a hat. Beeswax exists for people who sign their name with a seal. You make your peace with smoke in your hair and soot on your nose. You pull the shutters tight and listen to the thatch whisper under the snow. I will hold. I will try. I am tired. At night the world presses its ear to your door and hears your heart. The frost paints ferns on the inside of the shutters, and the water in your bucket designs a mirror. The dog sleeps with the family because love is thermal. Somewhere across the village, someone coughs, and the sound travels like a small bird, from eaves to rafters to your thoughts. You pull the blanket higher, count the knots in the plank above you, and imagine a summer where the sun behaves like management again. You sleep, eventually, because your body submits to the contract. Outside, the pale sun fails in slow motion behind the clouds and then stops trying. Inside, the coals bank down to a red that looks like hope if you squint. Tomorrow you will do it again, because that is how people beat centuries, not with epics, but with firewood and soup, and the gentle, stubborn act of staying. Dry punchline to end the day. On the bright side, there are no mosquitoes. You take your victories where they don't buzz. Chapter 7. Snowbound Arithmetic. Let's talk about hunger. It begins as a quiet negotiation. You tell your stomach a bedtime story. Your stomach answers with a whale song. Out here, away from the city's bell and the miller's sulks, the village is a fist of houses clenched against the cold. Snow stacks itself in tidy, vindictive drifts that remember everyone's height from last week and add a little extra out of spite. Doors open inward because opening outward would mean arguing with the shoulder-high biography of weather. You step onto the lane that isn't. Your boots meet a surface that is both floor and memory. Smoke rises from exactly one roof, thin as thread, as though the chimney itself is embarrassed to be seen working. The rest of the chimneys have nothing to say. The sky has been misplacing the sun on purpose. Light arrives like watered ale, weak, apologetic, and not the point. Let's talk about breakfast, or the theater of it. The pot is there, loyal as a dog you forgot to feed. You lift the lid and steam performs a vanishing act. What's in there could be called pottage if you are feeling poetic and generous. Oats shaved thin, barley that remembers being rain for a long time, cabbage that wrote a will, and, if you squint, a shred of last month's pig whispering from the bottom. You stir. The spoon stands upright as if pledging allegiance to the concept of hope. You add water the way philosophers add footnotes. Stretch it more. That's the arithmetic. Mouths, days, handfuls, the line between seed and supper. Modern comparison break. You know intermittent fasting, the one with the app that throws confetti when you haven't eaten for 16 hours? This is intermittent fasting with no confetti, and the interval is when we find a turnip. Let's talk about bread when bread is a rumor. You have flour, but not the kind that makes bakers sing. The mill wheel is a sculpture this month. Grain that made it into sacks is guarded like a saint's toe bone, and the price has climbed a ladder and pulled the ladder up behind it. So you cut what flour you have with what the forest permits. Ground acorns soaked to convince the bitterness to go plague someone else. pea flour that tastes like the idea of green, and a scraping of the inner bark from a birch you apologize to before borrowing. The loaf that emerges is bread's distant cousin, the one who shows up at weddings wearing a hat that says functional. It is dense, it is sincere, it requires a strategy and a saw. Modern comparison break. Ever buy that multi-grain stone-hewn artisanal bread that could double as a home gym? This is that bread's personal trainer. Let's talk about choices that aren't choices. There's a quernstone hidden under a patched rug because on paper you're supposed to bring grain to the Lord's mill and pay the fee. On paper you're also supposed to have grain. Paper is adorable that way. So at night, with shutters tight and the candle pleading for mercy, you turn the hand mill slowly, slowly, so the sound doesn't travel to ears that love rules more than neighbors. Your arms learn the alphabet of fatigue. The flour it gives you is coarse and earnest, a bowl of small pebbles pretending to be bread. The cow breathes in the byre, but thinner. Hay is a paragraph you keep rereading until it's just a sentence. You shave the rations for the animals like a barber with stage fright. The pig is already a memory, told in bacon grammar. The chickens contribute their opinions irregularly. You count eggs the way others count silver. Some families have boiled old leather, harness cut into strips, and simmered with ash and sorrow, until it gives up whatever it can. It tastes like a belt made of mistakes, but it is selected calories, siege food without the walls. Let's talk about cold math. Do you eat the seed in the chest now and survive February, or plant it and audition for June? Do you burn the last bundle of sticks tonight and forget your toes, or keep them and boil tomorrow's water for pretending? The priest talks about providence and also quietly opens the alms chest. Peas, a ragged loaf, a blessing that calls you by your first name, because everyone knows everyone. On Sundays he mentions Job, with the tender authority of a man who can count ribs in the front pews. You pray with the fervor of people who have tried everything else. Let's talk about neighbors. You keep a list in your head of who has a cow, who has a spare, who has a grandmother who turned acorns into recipes when Edward was still fighting someone below the fold of the map. You trade a skein of wool for a sack that is 90% hope. Someone's boy learns snares from his uncle on the hill. He sets loops in the hedgerows and comes home with a bird that looks surprised to be dinner. Once a stranger knocked, a woman from 2 valleys over whose feet had learned new definitions of blister. You let her sleep by the fire, and in the morning she leaves a story and a pin, and you don't ask questions about the parts of her story that had no nouns in them. There are rumors, the way there always are. A town downriver where mothers made choices you put into a box and close with both hands. A market day ended not in buying, but in a scuffle over a sack that turned out to be nothing you could eat, unless you were a mouse with dreams. You don't repeat those rumors in a room where children can hear. You give the children the last piece of the crust, and you tell them stars are pinholes in heaven's cloak to let the light through. You tell them stories with fat in them. Let's talk about ergot, but only briefly. The rye in the sack has strangers living in it. Black horns where kernels should be. The older women pick them out, the way they pick lice, brisk and unafraid, because they have learned what bread made with those kernels can do to hands and feet and minds. You learn to recognize danger as a color. You throw the bad ones to the ditch and hum a tune that has kept worse things away, probably. Let's talk about the afternoon that forgot to be long. Light thins at the edges until it's lace. You sweep the floor with a straw broom that's more report than solution. The water in the bucket has a lid again. You save the hot stones from the hearth, wrap them in cloth, and put them at the foot of the bed like small promises. You tell the dog he's a hero and mean it. Your stomach sings a sad hymn. Your head floats a little, a balloon tied to a string named posture. You sleep more to avoid being awake where hunger lives. Modern comparison break. Calorie counting, but your app is just a notch on your belt moving in the wrong direction, and the push notification says, good luck. And yet, someone laughs anyway, because someone told a story about the time the miller fell in his own pond. And if you can't laugh at a miller-shaped hole in the ice, when can you? Someone hands you a slice of their bark bread with a thumbprint in it, so you know it's made by a person and not by winter. You add a twig to a neighbor's fire, because twigs travel better than sermons. You go to sleep with your hands on your belly, like you're holding something, which you are, tomorrow. Dry punchline to end the day? On the bright side, leftovers are extremely manageable. You can store them in the same place as your unicorns. Chapter 8. Dockside Delivery. Pepper, silk, and something with teeth. Let's talk about warmth, but the kind that comes with a catch. After snowbound arithmetic and bark-bred diplomacy, slide south in your mind until the air stops biting and starts smelling like brine, tar, garlic on someone's breath, and money. The harbor is a throat clearing, a city's front door held open. You stand on the quay where gulls do their aggressive yoga and dockhands wear sunburns like uniforms. The water slaps the stone with a sound like polite applause for a play that will soon get very weird. The port is awake in all languages. You hear Catalan bargaining with Arabic, while Greek laughs into a cup of wine, and the local dialect politely steals everyone's vowels. Bales of wool sprout labels you can't read. Barrels roll with the confidence of barrels everywhere, and somewhere a customs officer practices the ancient art of pretending not to see what's under the top. Pepper is the prom queen of spices. It arrives in little black commas that make meat remember it had a point. Silk glows like a smug sunset. There's alum for dyeing, sugar that insists it is medicine, and cotton that makes even the roughest tunic daydream. Modern comparison break. Imagine an airport baggage claim. If the bags contained exotic smells, a questionable octopus, and at least 3 moral dilemmas. And the carousel is a donkey. Look out to sea. A shape grows where the horizon had been keeping secrets. A ship, big-bellied and dignified once, now wearing her months the way your winter boots wear salt stains. She's a Genoese galley, mostly. Oars shipped like folded insect legs. A great lateen sail hangs in a triangle, patched with cloth that doesn't match, like a quilt made by a committee that hasn't slept. Her hull creaks the way knees do in February. On her bow, a saint looks forward with an expression that says, "I'm doing my best." Rumors travel faster than ships. The boy who sells figs starts it. "From the Black Sea," he says, eyes wide like he owns stock in catastrophe. "From Kaffa," says a man who always knows things and is occasionally right. Someone else swears the crew fought sea serpents, which is how you know they mean storms. Either way, the galley limps, and the key does what keys do best. Stares with curiosity, pretending to be concerned. Let's talk about docking, or the choreography of optimism. Lines fly, thick as wrists. Grappling hooks bite. Men with hands like wood knot hawsers to bollards older than their grandparents. The water between ship and stone turns from distance into responsibility. The gangplank lands with a thud you can feel in your kneecaps. A port official steps forward with a stack of papers and an expression borrowed from an accountant and a funeral. The crew appears, thin, as if the wind had been doing taxes and made some ruthless deductions. Faces grey under the tan, eyes bright in a way you don't want. Coughs, like the ship still has storms inside it. They look like men who've been kissed by sleep, with garlic on its breath. The captain bows to the official, says he has pepper, silk, and tales of wind that came from all directions at once. You smell the usual: pitch, rope, men, fish that made poor choices. You also smell something else, a sweetness like fruit that has opinions. You wouldn't notice if your grandmother hadn't taught you the difference between normal sick and the other kind. Let's talk about the other kind, quietly. You don't see it. That's the trick. The city will remember this day by the coughs, but the day itself is being signed by feet no bigger than a fingernail. Fleas, which are basically punctuation marks with jumping as a hobby, live in the fur of rats that treat the mooring rope like a commuter train. Rattus rattus, small and glossy, inspector of grain sacks, auditor of flour bins. They are so good at what they do that they will soon be indicted by history. A flea nibbles a rat, discovers a bacterium no one can pronounce yet, and then decides you look like a new neighborhood. You won't know. You will only know the weather turns inside your body. Ever tried to spot a problem that is both microscopic and everywhere? It's like trying to identify which snowflake is rude. The dockside conversation ignores the invisible. Deals are struck. Pepper is measured by the handful like respect. The silk merchant pinches fabric in a way that counts as flirting. The spice scale tilts. Coins wink into palms. A couple of sailors stagger to a tavern and are swallowed by laughter and wine thick enough to apologize. A stray dog follows a rat with the optimism all dogs carry, and the rat proceeds to write a small footnote in disaster. Modern comparison break. Quarantine hasn't been invented yet. The beta version is looking suspicious. And the premium tier is nobody touches anything for a day because the priest said so. Ragusa will dream up a 30-day wait in a few decades. Venice will flex with 40, and someone will build a lazaretto. Today is a free trial with pop-up ads. Let's talk about rats, since they insist. They move along the dock lines like pearls on a string that makes you itch to look at it. They vanish into cracks that have different postcodes. They appreciate the gift you call a city. Grain stores, warm planks, kitchens that leave their doors open to gossip. They are the original influencers. They bring friends. The fleas bring carry-ons. You bring your ankles. It's a collaboration. Someone says, they shouldn't have docked. Someone else says, ships don't eat. The priest blesses the crew in a voice that understands resignation. The physician, who is passionate about humors and gently confused about germs, recommends fresh air and a light broth. You nod because you like broth as an idea. There are whispers from the Black Sea, a siege at Kaffa where the Golden Horde got creative and hurled contagion over walls with catapults. Is it true? The story changes shape in every mouth. You file it under, historians will argue about this for centuries, and return to your job of not licking the railing. Let's talk about what happens tonight. A rat crosses the threshold of a warehouse where someone hid last winter's wages in a sack of barley. A flea takes a leap of faith that should put on a resume. In the tavern, a sailor falls asleep with his head on the table and wakes with a swell under his arm that is not a muscle. He calls it a boil. By morning, it will get a new name from a scribe who enjoys Latin. In 3 days, that name will be a prayer. You go home with a piece of pepper and a story, because that is what the port pays the poor in. You wash your hands in a bowl that believes in water more than soap. Pat the dog that believes in you more than evidence. And share your pepper with a neighbor like you're rich. The city hums. The ship unloads. The sun sets over masts like a forest that has learned to sail. Dry punchline to end the day. The customs officer waves the ship through, after counting every barrel twice. He charges duty on pepper, silk, and alum. He lets the plague in for free. Chapter 9. Alley appointments. The beak that isn't, the smoke that is. Let's talk about doctors. The ship has finished its sighing. The coins have changed hands, and now the city exhales a different kind of breath. Smoke. Juniper, rosemary, damp wood. Anything that burns and smells like a good idea. Fires bloom in braziers at intersections, where the wind turns them into smoky lanterns that paint the sky a tired yellow. It's evening, or maybe the sun just gave up early. Either way, you step into an alley that tastes like a spice cabinet lost a fight with a campfire. The street is quieter than it should be. Doors close a heartbeat faster than usual. A chalk cross appears on a plank like a whisper written down. Lord, have mercy. You hear the roll of a cart somewhere, like a drum you don't want to march to. A bell rings, dull and honest. Then he appears, a figure moving fast, coat flapping with purpose, boots remembering puddles from other days. Leather wraps him from shoulders to shin, oiled dark, the kind of garment that has seen more weather than your calendar. Over his face, Something long and pointed juts out. In the haze, it reads like a beak. Your mind files it under that thing from sensational woodcuts, and then corrects itself, because the year is 1348, and fashion hasn't gotten that theatrical yet. Up close, it's a cone of waxed linen tied over nose and mouth, stuffed with herbs, rue, mint, a brave slice of orange peel if a merchant was generous. It looks like a beak, only because fear makes birds out of shadows. He carries a stick, not a cane exactly, more like a portable boundary. He taps doors with it, nudges people back with it, lifts a pulse with it like the world's gentlest kebab skewer. You follow at a respectful distance, because the respectable distance keeps getting longer these days. Let's talk about miasma, or why the air is on trial. You can't see a bacterium. You can see air. So everyone blames air. Bad air. Night air. Air that has been in a room too long thinking thoughts. The fires are a civic policy, and a prayer, and a deodorant. The doctor breathes his garden through the linen cone, convinced the sweet will bully the sour. He doesn't know about fleas. He does know that rosemary makes him feel like he's standing in a better decision. Modern comparison break. Imagine wearing a salad as PPE and announcing yourself with a polite broom handle. It's like if your yoga instructor went into epidemiology with a strong belief in oregano. He knocks at a door and is admitted. You stand outside, because this is not your story, and also because the smell at the threshold is the kind that curls in your nostrils and takes names. Inside, you hear quiet talking, then more smoke. He comes out carrying a small pouch, an apothecary's nervous system. Dried figs, crushed onions, theriac so old it remembers emperors. He has prescriptions, all of them enthusiastic. Fumigate the room with juniper. Boil water with vinegar and make steam your friend. Apply a poultice that will either help or make you an attractive salad for saints. He moves on. The alley turns left and you turn with it. A woman leans from a window, holding a posy to her face like a private garden. She asks, "Is it safe to bathe?" The doctor shakes his head. Absolutely not. Open pores invite disease, says humoral doctrine, which is like refusing to waterproof a tent because you distrust dryness. He recommends thin broth and patience. She nods and doesn't believe him. But broth is achievable. You pass a shrine tucked into a wall niche. Candles gutter and drip because even wax is tired. Someone has left a little loaf, the size of a fist, and a bit of pepper in a cloth twist, as if bribes work on fate. Let's talk about buboes. Quietly, like you're in a library you don't want to join. You've seen one now. A swell under the arm on a neighbor you know by the song he whistles when he works. The swelling is the color of bad bruises, tender as a confession. He called it a boil. The doctor calls it an indication. He lances it with practiced hands, the stick wedging between patient and the impulse to flinch. He burns the blade clean in a flame that smells like a forest trying its best. The sound is small. The patient bites his lip and remembers every sin he meant to confess. The doctor murmurs Latin the way a fisherman murmurs to nets. Modern comparison break. This is healthcare without a waiting room, without a clipboard, without a copay, unless you count a chicken. It's concierge medicine, if the concierge also sells onions and advice you can smell. Word has traveled ahead of the doctor. A boy runs up, eyes too big, saying his father is hot and then cold and then hot again. The doctor moves faster, the coat a dark wing, the cone beak not a joke anymore but an arrow pointing the way. He cuts through smoke like a message that doesn't want to be read. Let's talk about cities, because they are excellent at everything at once. They are excellent at trade, excellent at gossip, excellent at stacking people on top of grain, on top of cats, on top of hope. They are also excellent at being a buffet for the small and ambitious. Rats move along rafters with the economy of professionals. Fleas bounce. You, a human, invent rituals to place between yourself and the invisible. Rinse rooms with vinegar. Hang rue at the door. Keep a loaf by the threshold to feed your guardian saint. It feels like doing something. Sometimes doing something is the only thing you can do. You reach the square. Fires roar here, bigger, like the city is trying to sterilize the sky. A clerk cowers under a canopy, inking names into a book with hands that have begun to tremble only when he stops. He will call these bills of mortality later. For now, they are a list of who is missing from the market. The doctor glances, then looks away. He prefers faces to numbers. Numbers win in the end. A priest shuffles by, holding out a hand in blessing, the other warming at a brazier, because even sanctity has fingers. He mentions Avignon, where the Pope sits between two huge fires and still signs indulgences with a steady pen. The doctor nods, grateful for any model that includes fire and intention. He turns down another lane, and you notice doors marked with sprigs of rosemary tied with ribbon. A signal. Don't enter. Or do, depending on how you read herbs. You remember the key, the ship, the way the gangplank sounded like a verdict. The city is very loud with quiet. The doctor pauses. For a moment, he stops moving. You see the shape of him clearly, human underneath all that careful leather. A tired back that will ache later. A mind counting and sorting and trying not to break. He lifts the cone slightly, takes a quick breath of his own air, then ties it again. He keeps going, dry punchline to end the night. In a world terrified of bad air, the only thing truly going viral is advice. The doctor's mask filters exactly one thing: compliments. He never hears them. He's already at the next door. Chapter 10. Wallside earthworks. Pits that begin, names that end. Let's step outside. The city's breath, smoke, spice, and effort, thins as you pass under the gate, where guards wrap scarves over noses like fashion critics of the wind. Beyond the walls, the ground becomes the serious part of the story. Fields that last year negotiated wheat are now hosting geometry. Long, straight trenches, shallow enough to finish fast, wide enough to keep pretending this is temporary. The pits begin where vegetable gardens end, as if grief has a zoning ordinance. The soundscape is calm in a terrible way. A slow clink of spades, the thunk of a mattock finding root, rock, and excuse. A wooden wheel complaining. A crow giving performance notes nobody asked for. Every few minutes a bell rings, not like triumph, but like a spoon tapped against a chipped bowl. Here we are, still here, still tapping. You weren't planning to be here, but the road took you, and the cart took the road, and curiosity is a leash that just smiles and walks you. Laborers roll their shoulders and keep a simple rhythm. Dig, lift, toss, repeat until your muscles learn the prayer by heart. They're not professional grave diggers. They are whoever can still stand. Dock workers who remember other cargo. Masons whose building schedule has been canceled by destiny. A shepherd who is good with holes by trade. The foreman's job is to look at dirt and decide which part wants to be air. Let's talk about burial, because the ground has opinions. In ordinary years, the dead go to consecrated ground with time and etiquette. But this is not ordinary. The plague stayed for dinner and invited all its friends, so the city is improvising. A priest stands near a trench, offering blessings in batches, like a baker putting out loaves. His Latin rolls over the field in tired, competent waves. To save steps, someone has hammered a line of stakes to mark where the trench will turn left, as though roads will later care to follow. Bodies arrive wrapped in linen, if there's linen, in cloaks if there's not, or in the mercy of a quickened pace. Some are carried by family, some by hired men who no longer flinch at weight. The cart driver has tied a sprig of rosemary to his harness, like a small green flag of denial. He rings his bell once, because rules are good even when nobody can explain why. You stand back, the respectful distance now a field. The smell is not a single thing. It's cold earth and smoke, and the sharp sour of vinegar someone dabbed on a cloth because a friend said to. It's rosemary again, and the faint sweetness of bread someone dropped to feed an appetite that isn't there anymore. The wind keeps volunteering to help and failing. Modern comparison break. Imagine a city rolling out an open-plan cemetery. No private offices, just one big communal workspace for mortality, with excellent ventilation, and absolutely no chance to book a meeting room. The premium package with headstone and nice view is not available. All tiers come with ground-level seating. They lay the bodies in rows, head to toe, because archaeologists in the future will appreciate the tidiness, and because you can fit more that way. If you are feeling statistical, the trench is a spreadsheet, each rectangle a cell, each cell a life that didn't ask to be formatted. A man with a piece of chalk marks the plank by the trench's edge, with numbers you don't want to chase. Somewhere back in the square, that clerk with the trembling hand is trying to keep up. Out here, the dirt remembers what the pen forgets. Sometimes workers sprinkle lime when there's lime to be had, because the nose keeps writing policy memos to the brain. More often, it's just earth on earth earth as fast as possible. The shovelers don't talk much. When they do, it's about useful things, where the ground is softest, whether the spade's handle will hold, if the weather will freeze the digging and give them a morning off, the worst part of generosity. A friar walks the line, mumbling a psalm through a scarf. He pauses when a family approaches. A woman lowers her eyes and kisses the corner of the cloth bundle like a punctuation mark. The friar's voice goes low and gentle. He knows names. He can't say them all, but he says this one. The wind takes half the syllables, and still it counts. Let's talk about scale, lightly, because your skull already feels full. In some cities, they opened new fields and called them cemeteries, with an optimism that deserves a commemorative plaque. In others, Avignon whispers down the river, they consecrated water because ground kept disappointing everyone. Here, the wall throws a long shadow over, you guessed it, humanity's latest infrastructure project. The crew started one trench at sunrise and ended another by dusk. They will return tomorrow and expand the past tense. You watch a man set a wooden marker with a cross burned into it at one end of the trench. He uses a hot iron because it's the only thing that behaves when asked. The marker leans, then stands straighter, then leans again, like it heard a joke and is deciding whether to laugh. He steps back, satisfied in the way of someone who just made a small thing hold its ground in a world that won't. Modern comparison break. It's a city's parking expansion, except the cars don't leave, there's no validation, and the attendants are saints on overtime. Zoning meetings would be short. All in favor? The crows say yes. You take up a shovel when no one stops you. The handle is smooth and honest. Dirt has the kind of weight that convinces your mind to stop multitasking. Dig, lift, toss. Your back gives feedback in words your grandmother would not approve of. Sweat slides under your collar, even though the air bites. The rhythm is slow enough to be prayer, steady enough to be sleep's cousin. You find a stone that refuses promotion and persuade it anyway. Time narrows to the size of the spade's blade. Over the wall, a bell clangs again and again. Inside the city, ledger lines are lengthening. Out here, they are making room. It's administration in two languages, ink and earth. The doctor from the alley won't come this far today. His stick is busy coaching courage in darker doorways. But his choices end here, either way. Everyone's choices end here, eventually. That's not bleak. That's clarity. A boy sits on the wall for a moment, legs swinging like childhood is an argument he intends to win. He watches the workers, then hops down and carries a small bucket of water from a barrel to a man with cracked lips. No one applauds. The man drinks and lives 5 minutes better. The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve and decides to be a mason or a sailor or something else entirely on a day when choosing still feels like a sport. By late afternoon, the trench looks like a sentence that understood what it had to say and said it. The men begin to cover the last row the way a mother tucks in a blanket when she doesn't get to stay. The priest gives one more blessing, softer than before, because the voice also has bones that ache. Clouds gather without asking permission. The first wet drop lands on a wooden marker and makes it darker where it hits. You listen. The rain starts slow, like footsteps approaching. dry punchline to close the earthwork. The city is expanding its suburbs, just not the kind the real estate agents had in mind. Move-in dates are immediate. No deposit required. Pets discouraged. Crows exempt. Chapter 11. Village Loom House. A door that forgot to close. Let's get out of the rain. You follow a hedge-lined lane where water threads itself into the ditch like it has a deadline. The earth squelches in that honest way only mud can, and ahead a low-timbered house leans into the weather like it knows the script and has decided to deliver it anyway. The door is a little open, not in a welcoming way, more in a someone meant to return in 5 minutes way. A latch string dangles like a reminder tied to a finger that never came back. You nudge it with 2 fingers. The hinge sighs, the universal sound for "it's been a season." Inside, the air is a museum of recent life. Cold hearth, soot that remembers flames. A log left angled in the grate, ambitious and unburned, hooked on an iron trammel that hangs idle over a pot where something once bubbled and decided not to. The tallow candle on the table has slumped into a small white lake, a wick frozen mid-confession. Dust has been busy, knitting a sweater for everything. Cobwebs swag the beams like modest party decorations installed by very committed spiders. The hall is simple, a trestle table, benches you could be promoted to if you behaved, and the Lord's chair at the dais that does not currently feel like a promotion. A salt cellar sits like a tiny monument to taste, lid askew. A knife is on its side, blade dried to a brown that once was stew. The bowl next to it has a crust of bread that looks like an old argument. Beside it, a leathered jack of ale, half drunk, half evaporated, wholly resigned. A window shutter lets in a ribbon of light, thin as a promise. In that beam, motes stage a slow parade. Rushes on the floor are flattened into a biography you don't want to read too closely. They smell faintly of last summer's river and this winter's fur. A paternoster, wooden beads on a frayed cord, hangs by a peg near the door, as though it stepped out for air and is waiting. Let's talk about silence, because you don't notice it until it shows off. No clack of loom from the side room. No rhythm of mallet from the cooper's bench. No chuckle from the hearth corner, where someone used to mend nets and sing like they meant it. Only the roof's thatch whispering at the rain. The polite patter of drips finding buckets that now miss their cues. And somewhere behind the house, a wet hen lamenting the weather with an impressive vocabulary. Modern comparison break. It's like your office on the Monday after everyone discovered remote work. Except the snacks are wooden bowls. The last email was carved into a tally stick. And HR is a parish priest with strong opinions on candles. You step into the side room, the workshop that used to hum. A great upright loom shoulders the wall, warp threads stretched but slack. A shuttle waiting in its shed like a bird that startled and never finished the flight. Cards with bristling wire teeth lean against a stool, waiting to bully wool into agreement. A distaff holds a ghostly twist of fleece, the color of fog. On a bench, a pair of shears sit open, mid-decision. A dye pot, the rim-kissed blue, tells you someone liked woad enough to commit to its logistics. In the corner, a fulling trough waits for feet that will not stomp. You can imagine it. Two apprentices laughing and swearing in the sacred way of work, pounding wet cloth in urine and hot water with a rhythm loud enough to persuade neighbors to forgive the smell. Today it's just water growing a skin and the faint hint of old sweat as a memory prompt. A ledger, wax tablet tied with cord, lies on the shelf, stylus tucked like a bookmark. You tilt it. Scored lines. Simon owes for 3 ells of broadcloth. Joan brought 2 hanks spun and not enough gossip. Woad merchant, due 12 pence when the Lord's reeve stops pretending money is a rumour. The last entry is a scribble, the handwriting of interruption. Let's talk about keys. You find one on a peg, iron, modest, certain. The chest below it has an honest hasp and the assurance of being both heavy and boring. You do not open it, because there is a limit to archaeology by polite break-in. Nearby, tally sticks are notched and paired, some broken in proof of paid debts. A medieval way of saying, we had systems, and sometimes they worked. Modern comparison break. Imagine a startup paused mid-pitch. Prototype on the table. Investors called away by mortality. Everyone's equity is now eternal rest. The brand colors are ash and dust. Up the narrow stairs, ladder-like, apologetic, you find the solar. Light pools under a small shutter like someone poured it carefully. A bed frame with rope lattice sits with the patience of furniture. The mattress sack is lumpy with straw that told its last joke weeks ago. A child's leather shoe rests on the chest's lid, toe scuffed by missions of epic importance between table and door and back again. On the wall, a little scrap of parchment with a smeared prayer is pinned under a wooden peg. God keep us, and if not, keep the cow from the garden. On a stool, a comb with more teeth than mercy waits to meet hair it will never tame again. Beside it, a strip of ribbon, blue once, now the color of forgetting. You touch the window shutter. It gives, and a gust shoulders in, bringing the smell of rain and distant earth, and a hint of smoke that keeps trying to be comforting. You stand still a moment longer than you meant to. Your breath fogs in front of your face, proof of life in a room that has been practicing its stillness. Downstairs, a rat telecommutes across the rafters with the confidence of management. You clap softly. It reconsiders its deliverables. Let's talk about work, because work is how people introduce themselves when names get lost. This was a house that turned sheep into currency, fleece to yarn, yarn to cloth, cloth to coin, coin to tax, tax to fortress, fortress to shadow over the fields you just left. Everyone was a link in a chain they could not see the end of. When the chain broke, well, the loom stopped, the dye pot cooled, the ledger ended in half a number, and the door forgot to close. If you're feeling generous, and you are, because sleep leans closer when you are, you set a bowl upright, tuck the knife into it, fold the linen that covers the salt, Small courtesies to rooms too proud to ask. At the hearth you lay the log properly and do not light it. It's not your fire to borrow. But your fingers know the ceremony and perform it anyway, just to remind the room that someone remembers how. Back outside, the rain is doing its best to be gentle. The hedges glisten like they've been paid to. Across the lane, the byre door is also ajar, and a cow peeks out with the expression of someone who has sent several follow-up letters and is now considering stronger language. Dry punchline to close the door. The property's still on the market. Open plan. Artisanal fixtures. Excellent natural light. The only thing missing is everyone, which does keep the noise down. Viewings by appointment with the wind. Chapter 12. Procession of the Flagellants. Theology, but make it cardio. You close the imaginary house listing in your head and step back into the lane, rain doing its best impression of tiny drumsticks on your hood. The hedges breathe. The cow files a formal complaint with her eyes, and then, from the direction of town, a sound rolls up the street like the weather brought a choir. Let's talk about crowds. It starts as a murmur, a braided noise, bare feet slapping wet stone, a drum with a single idea, voices unspooling a psalm that has known many roofs. Have mercy, in Latin, in a key that knows there are no guarantees. You edge toward a wall where the plaster tries to retire quietly. The lane narrows into houses that lean like elderly neighbors gossiping mid-forehead, and then the procession rounds the corner, and the day puts its hood up. They come 2 by 2, then 4 by 4 when the street allows it. A small battlefield of cloaks and tunics, many cut in simple white, some stitched with red crosses at the shoulder. A few faces masked by hoods with holes the size of small, serious suns. They are barefoot, because nothing says sincere like cold cobbles and an inconvenient pebble. Around the middle, belts. In their hands, whips, cords knotted with practicality, a few threaded with little iron tongues that whisper when they swing. Chains, too, for the enthusiasts. At the front, a crucifer with a wooden cross that looks like it has traveled this conversation before. Behind him, a banner lifts and dips, rain printing darker patches that the cloth accepts like a penitent does advice. Let's talk about sound, because this procession writes in percussion. The drum says, step, breathe, regret, repeat. The chant threads through it. Miserere, miserere. The consonants like pebbles, the vowels like water poured carefully. You feel it in your ribs, a bass line for dread and hope. When the whips fall, they strike with the brisk clap of a bad idea pursued with discipline. Rain blurs the edges. The street, polished by a century of footsteps and this morning's weather, becomes a mirror where everyone arrives twice. You watch a boy on a windowsill turn into a gargoyle, elbows on knees, chin in hands, eyes finding the pattern and getting lost anyway. A woman with a basket of onions stops, the onions deciding to be patient. A dog tries to join, remembers it is more of a nap-based believer, and retires under a cart with the dignity of someone who attempted outreach and found it wanting. Doors that were mostly shut become mostly open. The air fills with that specific smell of rain, wool, old wood, and a thought shared by too many people at once. Modern comparison break. Imagine a flash mob organized by guilt, staffed by middle-aged overachievers with a punitive wellness plan. CrossFit, but the WAD is appease an angry universe. The dress code is monastic athleisure. The playlist is Psalms, and the performance review is pending with management upstairs. The leader calls a halt at the little square, where a well thinks about foreigners' coins and won't discuss it. The flagellants kneel, hoods bowing, cloaks turning slowly darker in the rain. A lector reads from a sheet that knows damp like a cousin. You don't need to catch the words. You already know the story. The plague came like a rumour that hired a cart and a trumpet, and everyone started auditioning for the role of useful. Some people lit candles. Some people closed the town gates. Some people sold charms on the corner and discovered inflation. These people decided to outsource wrath management to their own backs. Let's talk about ritual. They lie face down, arms out. The street, a cold catechism under their ribs. Silence drops with them. The crowd's breath sinking. Because that's what breath does when a moment borrows authority. Then the drum taps once, twice, and they rise as one. Cloaks fall, the whips lift and arc, a rain of chords slashing doubt, a cadence both fierce and weirdly tidy. 30-something strokes, because Christ's years deserve a numerical shout-out. Twice a day, because repentance likes routine. Each crack, a syllable in a language the skin learns quickly. You are not here for spectacle. Your body says that by backing a little further into the wall, which obliges by pretending to be larger than it is. But you can't look away. Fear is magnetic. Courage that looks like pain is confusingly admirable from the safe distance of over there. Faces in the crowd work through the math of justice. The town reeve watches with the face of a man accounting for something not in his ledger. A clerk from the priory frowns in the elegant way of someone who has read the latest papal letter and is trying to remember which paragraph means no. Let's talk about the church. Quietly. At first, some clergy nodded, because who's going to argue with sincerity that sings on pitch? But then the letters came from Avignon. Pope Clement VI clearing his paper throat to say, "Brothers, maybe not like this." The flagellants did not all listen. Movement has its own gravity. So here and there you get a bishop's man lurking like a raincoat in human form, compiling notes that look like weather. Modern comparison break. It's a pop-up startup with a single KPI. reduce divine anger by Q3. And various stakeholders disagree about the business model. Meanwhile, the marketing is unstoppable. Nothing says "we mean it" like a franchise that arrives in your town singing. Important footnote, whispered. Crowds that believe the world is ending sometimes point at the nearest other and call it cause. In some places, Jewish neighbors faced rumors they did not deserve and danger they should never have met. A few cities protected them. Others failed that test. You keep this in your pocket with the other hard truths, because sleep and honesty both prefer you not to pretend. The lash is slow. The chant returns, softer now, like the end of a lullaby that never quite learned to be soothing. Someone starts a hymn about Christ's wounds as a map. Someone else harmonizes badly and gets forgiven by the melody. Cloaks pull back up, hoods settle. Modesty becomes a coat again. The banner dips toward the well in a gesture that might be blessing, might be punctuation. The leader nods at the sky as if to say, "We've sent the memo. Let us know." They stand, shiver collectively in a synchrony you suspect they did not rehearse, and move on. The procession rethreads the street, leaving small red commas dissolving in rain. A grammar lesson you did not ask for. A woman crosses herself. The boy on the sill tries out the gesture, gets the order wrong, tries again, decides God appreciates effort. The onion basket resumes its journey, because stew waits for nobody, not even the apocalypse. Let's talk about after. You exhale, because you'd forgotten to. The cobbles glisten in their finery. A man with a broom and a long-suffering aura sweeps the square, in that way of people who keep towns running. Brisk, unsentimental, loyal to clean edges. The drum fades into the next street, into the next installment of "We're doing what we can." Your ribs feel the echo, like a borrowed heartbeat. Modern comparison break. You walk home the way you do after a memorial or a really thorough yoga class. Calmer, not fixed. Holding a quiet that isn't yours but let you borrow it. Also hungry, because emotions digest faster than bread. You step back toward the lane, out of habit and rain. The cow watches you pass with the look of a creature who approves of routine. Somewhere a church bell counts the time like it's adding it up. Scheduling note for your medieval calendar. This happens twice a day, for 33.5 days. Plan errands accordingly. Penitence has right of way. Quiet punchline. As community outreach goes, it's effective at crowd control, if not at weather management. Chapter 13. Mud, heraldry, and two wardrobes arguing. Let's talk about war, which is just theology with worse music and heavier outfits. The rain that an hour ago baptized a street full of penitents has moved to freelance on a field, hammering the earth into pudding and persuading every color to turn brown. You stand at the edge of a hedged slope in northern France. Yes, you crossed the channel without noticing. Time travel does not respect ferry schedules. Where banners hang like wet laundry that also happens to decide who gets ransoms. On one side, English pennons droop. Red crosses washed to a diplomatic pink. On the other, French lilies, technically fleur-de-lis, but we're friends here, cling to blue like optimism clinging to a weather report. Sound check. Hooves complaining. Armor chiming in C minor. The rain playing snare on 1,000 helmets. Somewhere behind the English lines, there's the thrum of longbows. Tidy, repetitive. Like a sewing machine that never learned mercy. The Genoese crossbowmen, who were supposed to be impressive today, are rummaging for dry strings and discovering meteorology is undefeated. You press into the hawthorn hedge, which pokes you as if to say, you wanted realism, you get thorns. Two knights find each other in the middle distance. Two arguments in human form. One wears the English cross, a scarlet plus sign that promises little and delivers bluntly. The other is a French blue field studded with gold lilies, a botanical boast that says, I came from a country that invents sauces. They're both wrapped in the 1340s version of athleisure. Mail shirts under coats of plates, bassinet helmets with nasal slit smiles, gauntlets like steel mittens, cuisses over thighs, greaves over shins, and sabatons at their feet. Yes, armor shoes, because medieval fashion looks at your sneakers and whispers, commit. They had lances. Both are now arranged artistically in the mud with the other broken furniture of chivalry. It's sword time. Not the cinematic kind where sparks fly and someone does a backflip. The actual kind, where two very tired refrigerators poke at each other and then immediately close the distance, because stabbing the gaps is better than arting at the plates. They crash together, with the embarrassed grunt of men who realize their entire personality is currently 40 extra pounds of metal. Inside a helmet, the world is small and loud. You can hear your own breath, also rain, also the way panic wears clogs. The English knight plants a foot that promptly slides. The French knight's shield meets him. An iron kiss. They clinch. Modern comparison break. It's mixed martial arts where the referee is a weather system and the octagon is a municipal bog. If you own a weighted blanket, imagine two weighted blankets deciding to wrestle for your soul. You note the details because your brain collects data when danger is nearby. The way the rivets on the Englishman's coat of plates catch the light like sullen stars. The way the Frenchman's aventail, the curtain of mail from his helmet, shivers when he laughs. Except he's not laughing. That's him trying to breathe. They both try a pommel strike, the traditional please stop having a head move. The blows thud and turn into bargaining chips in an argument the armor is mostly winning. Their swords change roles, sliding into half-sword grips, hands on blades, using the steel like a lever, a pry bar, and a pinion. The English knight angles for the armpit, that dark little neighborhood where mail covers the fact that plates have boundaries. The French knight drops a shoulder, catches the blade on rings that flex and hold, feels the pinch ripple down his ribs like bad news. You can smell iron, leather oil, soaked wool, horse breath, and something like mushroom soup that is actually the field. A horse crashes by, riderless, looking offended by the entire concept of history. You duck instinctively. A squire dashes after it, then remembers his job is that man over there who is currently treating the mud like a colleague he never asked for. People think medieval battles are elegant chessboards. In the rain, they're more like several weddings sharing a parking lot. The French knight switches to a mace, a short, senseless star of a thing. It meets the Englishman's shoulder, clanging off with a resonance that says, "That'll bruise in 6 to 8 business days." The Englishman answers with a shove that takes them both down, armor doing that unhappy turtle thing. There's grappling now, which is where everyone becomes an expert in knees. The steel mittens claw for purchase. The froth of the earth obliges by being universally unhelpful. You breathe along with them because you can't help it. Every inhale sounds taxed. Every exhale is a prayer that does not require theological approval. The English knight gets to a knee, slowly, like a barn raising, and drags his opponent with him. The Frenchman's visor is up a notch, fogged over. He tries for the dagger at his hip, the narrow rondelle designed for persuasive arguments with mail. The English knight traps his wrist, both of them locked in a medieval trust exercise. Fall backward with me while we try to introduce each other to the concept of gap in armor. Around them, the English archers are doing their accounting with arrows. At Cressy, which is this, give or take the exact ditch you're staring at, the longbow is the silent majority, and the rain has sided with Team String and Wax. The French cavalry charge is more of a canter, more of a slip, more of a "we'll circle back." Meanwhile, in your particular square footage, 2 wardrobes continue negotiations. The French knight finally frees the dagger, and for one tight, terrible second, the tip explores the Englishman's mail at the armpit. Rings bite his skin. Hold. Some give. He hisses. You hear it, or the rain dramatizes it for you. The Englishman retaliates by bearing down with his shield, pressing blue and gold into the ground until the lilies are too close to nature for comfort. Smear is a kind of victory. Modern comparison break. If you've ever tried to change a duvet cover alone, in August, while it rains, and both your cats help, you understand the energy here. Not glamorous, very committed. A horn sounds somewhere, the polite medieval way of saying, "Please consider not dying right this minute, and reform on that mildly less awful hill." The 2 knights go very still. Rules are fluid in a melee, but status matters, and ransoms are the thriving small business of this century. The Englishman loosens his weight a hair. The Frenchman's dagger pauses on a single ring. They stare through slits, fog to fog. There is a nod you almost don't see, a treaty signed in breath. They separate like magnets given permission. Both stand, eventually, with the choreography of men removing themselves from wet furniture. A squire trots up with a replacement shield as if offering a menu. Another with a fresh weapon wrapped in waxed cloth, medieval Tupperware. The knights back away, wary, tired, still absolutely willing to resume life choices once the horn is done giving advice. You let your shoulders drop, realizing your jaw has been clenching on behalf of people who haven't invented dental insurance. Rain thickens again, generous, democratic. Somewhere, a banner dips in the posture of, "We'll try again after a snack." You step away from the hedge, thorn souvenirs in your sleeve, heart slowing to peacetime for at least the length of a breath. Summary for your sleep file. Even when the age calls it chivalry, a lot of it is two exhausted cabinets trying not to drown in porridge. The war continues because centuries are stubborn. The mud wins on points.
Chapter 14. When the payroll runs out, the torches clock in. Let's talk about what happens after the banners fold. When the horns drift away and the mud stops arguing about ownership, silence takes the stage. And silence, in the 14th century, is the opening act for a band with no album but plenty of merch. The Free Companies. You step off the hedgerow and follow the road until the track narrows into a village lane. The rain has downgraded to a sulk. Geese make managerial noises at your ankles, as if taking minutes for a meeting no one scheduled. Ahead, smoke lays itself across the thatch like a cat that discovered warmth is a verb. The farmhouse at the bend doesn't so much catch fire as consent to it, quietly, like someone tired of saying no to history. They arrive the way accountants arrive at an audit, brisk, already bored and armed with a list. Maybe 24, maybe 40, maybe more. Polyglot men in iron syllables, English, Gascon, Breton, German, Flemish. Some wear bits of plundered heraldry like souvenir T-shirts. Others affect a pious flair with a saint's badge pinned to a greasy hood. You read the kit like a catalogue. Kettle hats dented like fruit bowls. Bassinets with flirty little visors. Jack-of-plate jackets sewn with small squares of metal, like someone's mother loved them too hard with a needle. Crossbows creak, bills and glaives lean on shoulders. A falchion rides a hip like a bad idea that found a holster. They aren't here for ideology. They're here because truces are plentiful, wages are not, and an army's off-season is everyone else's problem. They introduce themselves with a demonstration. A torch held under a hayrick. Hay considers its options for a thoughtful second, and then chooses to be bright about it. Flames pop as if signing autographs. The farmhouse, built of wattle and "we tried," obliges by becoming an example. The bell in the church barks. 1, 2, 3 frantic notes. The tocsin. It says what bells always say. Run. Hide. Bring the children. Bring the saints. Villagers slip towards the stone nave, thumbing prayer beads, dragging the old and the nearly dry.
Sanctuary is a concept with an asterisk in this century. The free company is often respected, especially if there's a ledger involved. Killing ruins future revenue streams. Protection, however, that can be sold. You tuck yourself under the lip of an overturned cart, staying low, pretending your bones are a bundle of sticks. A reeve, village manager, medieval for the guy with the keys and the worst job, emerges with both hands up, carrying the vocabulary of negotiation. A skin of wine, a wheel of cheese, the names of neighbors who definitely have better sheep. A captain ambles forward, helm pushed back, face a collection of old weather. He speaks a cheerful French that's been traveling for years. He offers the standard product in this market, the pâté, a renewable, quarterly piece. Pay and they will leave. Do not pay, and they will leave after making you understand leaving. You are thinking about modern subscriptions. This is like a streaming service, where the shows are your belongings, and the cancellation fee is your house. Surge pricing is represented by the torch. The farmhouse crackles. The roofline sags with the drama of a poorly made pie. A bucket line forms that is 3 people and a pig long. The pig would like to file a complaint about being both non-consensual and flammable. Water slops, steams, accomplishes nothing except to give the smoke somewhere else to be. The wind, never employed in your cause, shifts and delivers a manifesto of roasted straw. It smells like bread that forgot the bread part. The men spread through the village the way spilled ink discovers paper. One scoops up a pot, then a second pot, then the pig's opinion. Another examines a pair of boots and upgrades his life on the spot. A third peels iron hinges off a door with the seriousness of a surgeon. Wood is fuel, iron is coin, linens are portable banking. A crossbowman with enviable cheekbones and questionable ethics sets a stool on his shoulder and hums something that might be a hymn or might be inventory. You watch as they tie a rooster to a saddle with the executive competence of people who can organize anything except their souls. It is not that they do not pray. One has a rosary wrapped around his wrist, sliding beads with the same fingers that test the weight of a purse by ear. Another kisses a pewter badge of St. James and immediately shouts for someone to bring him the good cheese. Human beings contain multitudes. Also, multitudes contain knives. A lad in a patched hood runs toward the church with a loaf, is stopped gently by a man whose job title is plural. The man is polite the way wolves are polite to the moon. He taps the loaf, nods approval, pockets it, and points the lad onward with a gloved finger that means, "We are professionals. Tell your mother we prefer rye." He doesn't hit him. It doesn't make him kinder. It makes him calculating, which in this economy is the same currency as mercy. You breathe carefully, tasting ash and rain, and inventory the noise. The skipping boom of burning beams falling inward. Geese prosecuting everyone with great confidence. A horse arguing about the social contract. A battered trumpet braying a tune that seems to be called "We Are Still in Charge." Somewhere, someone laughs the laugh you hear in any century when someone has just discovered a better blanket. The church doors hold. Stone is the period at the end of a sentence of fire. The captain has the reeve's attention now, and the town's petty cash. He uses the point of his dagger to underline the nil margin for negotiation. He does not need to kill anyone to make the point. He has a burning demonstration just over there. The reeve nods. The parish chest sighs open. Coins glitter with a sound you can't hear, but everyone imagines. The captain tallies, frowns, and tells the villagers they now have a 2-week plan. If the company returns and finds the plan substituted with optimism, they will revise expectations with additional orange lighting. You observe the kit up close as they pass. The pauldron that used to belong to a knight named Solomon, if the etched S is to be believed. A gambeson quilted so thick it could be a mattress in a better world. A dagger so narrow it is basically a legal argument. Their boots are patched with creativity. Their haircuts are a collection of local policies. One has a tiny mirror and the confidence to use it. War may be theology with worse music, but peace, such as it is logistics with sarcasm. A cow exits the village under new management. A boy trails it, resigned. His father counts the coins the captain left in a compensatory flourish. The math balances if you ignore the future. The farmhouse exhale collapses all at once, a soft beast giving up. Sparks lift, and then think better of the air and sit down. Your heart, which has been practicing drums, decelerates to a civilian tempo. The company finishes its rounds. A man hoists a banner that declares nothing except the color red likes attention. They depart with the lax discipline of a traveling circus that learned accountancy. The rain returns to tamp the world. A courteous waiter clearing a table. Summary for your sleep file. When the war pauses, it doesn't stop. It franchises. Protection is a candle you buy because you have curtains. Everyone knows the rules. No one likes them. The village will rebuild the door and call it resilience. The free company will call it a rout. You will call it a good time to lie low, breathe out, and let the last sparks cool. Chapter 15. The bronze throat that shouts at walls. Let's talk about the noise that follows the torches. After the free companies drift away with your pig, their cousins in respectability arrive, lay out tents like a drab carnival, and apply for a permit to be loud. This is siege season. The mud gets promoted to terrain. The cooks invent soups from morale. And somewhere, just behind a screen of woven willow shields, a new celebrity sits on a wooden sled and smokes like it's invented the concept. a bronze cannon. You stand in the shallow trench that smells of wet earth and onions, and days that forgot to be short. The camp hums at a frequency between hope and paperwork. Pavises, door-sized shields on sticks, are jammed into the ground like someone tried to plant safety. A trebuchet looms nearby, dignified as an old champion, its sling folded, like a retired arm that can still break a jaw if asked nicely. But all attention keeps sliding to the heavy cylinder in front of you, green-brown with the patina of 1,000 nervous glances. It looks like a church bell that decided to change careers. It sits on thick wooden beams, iron-hooped, wedged and chalked, a patient animal whose idea of patience involves violence. The gunner is a man who has been singed enough times to develop a theology. His eyebrows are a rumor. He wears a leather apron, a wool cap that used to be a different color, and the vibe of a person who keeps both vinegar and a grudge close to hand. His crew performs a ritual in tidy steps: swab, ladle, tamp, ball, prime. They work with the choreography of people who know that skipping a beat can earn you the kind of nickname that involves the past tense. You watch as a wet wool mop goes down the barrel, the swabber's face serious, the way people are when drying cutlery that explodes. This is about sparks. Nobody wants surprise leftovers from the last shot. A boy holds the powder ladle like it's a holy spoon. Serpentine powder, saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur slides into the bore with the lazy grace of trouble. It smells like rotten eggs that paid extra for fireworks. A wad of tow follows, tamped with a rammer. Then comes the stone ball, chalk-marked for superstition, the size of a proper headache. They ease it in and tap it gentle, as if asking the future to be reasonable. You feel the crew's math. Angles are guessed, not calculated. The cannon's muzzle doesn't so much point as suggest. Elevation is achieved with wedges and the kind of optimism carpenters pass down in families. Out beyond the gabions, those wicker baskets filled with dirt that look like furniture for giants, the city wall hunches, a gray line of stubborn. It has seen rain, arrows, time, and taxes. It has not seen this, not often, not yet. The master gunner sprinkles a priming of fine powder into the touch hole, taps it twice, and blows away a grain with the casual intimacy of a man who has kissed danger and found it agreeable. He warns the world in 3 words that have never really helped. Stand well back. You stand well back. Everyone stands in a way that says, I would like to continue to be a person. A slow match, rope soaked in saltpeter, glows at the end of a linstock. It is the laziest fire you've ever met, and it is in charge. A gunner leans in. There is a hiss, a spark, a moment of held breath, a heartbeat with opinions. And then the cannon speaks. The sound is not a sound. It is a shove. It picks up your ribs and rearranges them into a better audience. The earth coughs. Birds depart the paragraph. The bronze thing leaps backward like a cat offended by its own reflection, stops hard against the chocks with a wooden thunk that feels personal. Smoke pours out in a sheet that tastes like someone burned a barn full of eggs. Wind catches it, folds it, and stashes it in your eyes. You blink. Everyone blinks. The city blinks from behind its crenellations. The stone ball goes low, smashes into the base of the wall with a whump, like a giant sitting down too fast. Chips of masonry sprawl away, sharp as opinions. Not a breach yet. But walls are conversations, and gunpowder has just learned the word, actually. Trebuchets hum to themselves across the camp, remembering when gravity did the job with poetry. This new thing is prose, blunt and editorial. It will take dozens of shots, maybe hundreds. But each one will worry the stones, wiggle mortar loose, and plant the idea that height is not the same as safety. Reload. The dance repeats, slower now, deliberate, with the fatigued concentration of people washing knives in the dark. You notice their rituals. The cross worn under leather, the touch of a charm, the whispered advice to the powder as if it's a fickle horse. Someone wraps wool around a hammer handle because splinters don't care about innovation. Another crewman keeps a bucket always half full because fire and camp gossip share an enthusiasm for travel. A boy runs with messages, face blackened, thrilled, terrified, and very employable. Across the way, the defenders reply in the language they know. Arrows, quarrels, the occasional stone dropped with sincerity. A bolt thunks into a pavis near you with the authority of an unpopular memo. Men duck, grin, swear fondly at life and carry on. The cannon gets sponged. A goat, inexplicably present, decides now is a good time to consider philosophy and refuses to move. You and the goat disagree about destiny. The master gunner tweaks the wedge just a hair. He's aiming at a seam in the wall where the dressing stones meet an older patch. Medieval renovation has consequences. He is in essence doing dentistry with meteors. The second shot buckles more stone. Dust floats up and drifts away like a new policy. You think about the timeline. A decade ago, this was rumor. A century ago, it was a Chinese secret, drifting west along roads paved with spices, silk, and people who could keep their mouths shut. Now it's here, in your nostrils, a taste of sulfur and change. The age of high towers is developing a sudden interest in landscaping. Soon, engineers will lower walls, thicken them with earth, and invent the awkward early forms of the star fort, which is just a stone hedgehog with better math. For now, everyone improvises. The city braces, the camp reloads, the goat remains immovable. A trumpet somewhere tries optimism. Drums decide to be professional. The cannon takes a third breath and speaks again, louder to your bones than to your ears. The wall flinches. A crack walks spider-like across a section. Men on the battlements become careful about where they stand. A few stones tumble with the polite clatter of a tray dropped in a distant kitchen. It's not a breach. It's a promise. Summary for your sleep file. You are watching the moment thunder accepted employment. It smells terrible and pays in rubble. The trebuchet sighs like an old champion reading a new rule book. The wall, once arrogant, starts learning humility, one chalk-marked stone at a time. You, soot-faced and riveted, pull your cloak tighter, exhale smoke and think. Progress, like soup, is better once it settles. Chapter 16. The field arrives with opinions. Let's talk about footsteps that aren't on a payroll. The cannon's voice fades to a long, smoky memory, and in its echo, you hear something older. Boots, clogs, bare feet, the slap of leather, the rasp of wooden wheels, the clatter of tools that were never meant to be symbolic. The road grows a spine of people. You are in it, wool hood tugged low, hands chapped into reliable maps, carrying a pitchfork that is essentially customer service with points. The air smells like wet wool arguing with onions. There is smoke, of course. There is always smoke. But it's kitchen smoke, drifted out of cottages that suddenly decided to march. Someone beat a rhythm on a kettle until the kettle acquired politics. Children keep pace with the wide-eyed attention of people who finally get to see the inside of a story. A goose has joined for reasons it refuses to disclose. The banners are bed linens done up with saints, crudely painted and very sure of themselves. One is a red cross that looks like it was drawn by a blacksmith's left hand. Another is a stitched fish, because someone turned up who is both pious and literal. The words are simpler than the banners. They come out as chant, chant, mutter, laugh, chant. No more dues, fewer days. Honest waits, wages we can say out loud without apologizing. It's less a manifesto than a shopping list of dignity. You pass hedges that remember you as a farmer and meet you again as a sentence in motion. Your neighbors carry scythes, some still curved, some hammered straight on an anvil after supper, and two opinions. Billhooks, flails that have threshed more winters than you care to count. There are clubs, there are staffs. Someone has a spear that was a rake until last night. A woman steps lightly beside you with a flail over her shoulder. She knows exactly where to put force, and it is not in a conversation. Ahead, the castle hunches on its mound, as if startled by its own responsibilities. The gatehouse blinks with iron eyelids. A portcullis lowers at the speed of someone pretending to think. From the battlements, little blots of heraldry lean over the teeth of the stone. Blue boar, red chevrons, a lion who has definitely practiced his posture. The constable's voice floats down, thin as a winter soup. He starts with the line they always start with. Good people, return to your homes. It has the friendliness of a tax form. You haven't brought Latin, but you have brought a priest who did. He is patch-robed, sunburned, and full of very tidy sentences. He says the phrase you've heard whispered into bread ovens and hedgerows. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? It hits the wall like a chalkstone. Up above, someone in a velvet hat tries to look as if that was the first time he'd heard it. Let's talk about why you're here. The plague cut the world in half. and left your village looking like a chessboard where no one agrees what game you're playing. Hands became scarce, wheat became brave. You lifted your wages to match your absence, and then a statute wrote your wages back down, as if ink could mow a field. Taxes multiplied like rabbits on paper. The war over the water needed coin, and somehow your chickens were recruited. Free companies strutted through and borrowed your crops permanently. The bailiff discovered new interpretations of customary that involved your back. And in the quiet, with fewer mouths and more thoughts, you realized that the way things are is sometimes just the way things were when someone put a sword on a table. The steward appears in the archway beneath the murder holes, a man whose cloak is lined with arithmetic. He holds a roll of parchment the size of a small log and starts to read all the ways you owe him. You listen with the courtesy you give a storm. The words skim over your hood. Merchant, Harriet, tallage, labor's due, the mill you pay to use because gravity requires an aristocrat. Beside you, the reeve, your reeve, too clever to be trusted and too useful to be ignored, shrugs and whispers that if you burn the rolls, the debts get smoke in their eyes. He sounds like someone who has lit things before. You step forward because you volunteered, or because you forgot to step back at the wrong moment. You hold a list written in church hand on the back of a discarded indulgence. It is not long. End villanage. Pay day wages at the going rate. Fix the weights at the mill because the miller's thumb is heavier than theology. Let us leave, marry, and live without asking permission in rooms that you cannot see. The priest reads it up to the battlements with a voice that could slice bread. From above, a flutter, a consultation. Three hats argue. A messenger is sent to find the Lord who is hunting in a forest that happens to be farther away than usual. The constable returns with a sample of compromise that tastes like air. The words consider and custom perform a slow dance. You tighten your grip on the pitchfork. In your head, a ledger flips its pages and finally lands on the column named Enough. Someone in the crowd, old Agnes, who has buried 2 husbands and 1 fear, starts beating the side of the gate with a wooden ladle. It makes a satisfying boonk that travels into the wood and comes back as information. Others join. Stick to iron, flail to door, rhythm to cause. If sound were a wedge, the gate would be considerate by now. Arrows do not rain. Above you see movement, the shuffle of decision-making. They have boiling water ready, or sand, or lime, and the rumors say oil, but oil is for lamps, not for drama. You stand in the shadow of the wall and feel like a question mark carved out of damp almond cake. It is not that you want violence. You want the records to crumple into warmth and the gate to discover the long-term benefits of listening. Also, if they could return the pig they lawfully requisitioned, that would be outstanding. Let's talk about documents. In this century, paper is as rare as humility. But parchment is everywhere, and smug. Manna rolls live in chests that smell like beeswax and smugness, full of your names, tied to rents and irritations. When the chest burns, and sometimes it does, the smoke goes up in curls that look like release. People cheer, in a polite way, the way you cheer for a millstone unplugged. If a castle is a stomach, these rolls are the reasons it sleeps. Take away the rolls, and stone gets insomnia. The steward appears again, thinner now, with realities. He offers to lower the portcullis part way and talk in the gap, which is a great place to miscount fingers. Your priest, no fool, declines. The crowd does the thing crowds do best. It waits together. Waiting is a tool. It says we have bread, cheese, water, a stubborn refusal to stop existing, and time. Time is the rich man's favorite hobby. It turns out to be yours now, too. You look at your pitchfork and realize it is not a weapon. It's a sentence. It says we have noticed that the world keeps happening to us, and we would like to audition for the role of us happening to the world. Up on the parapet, the blue boar looks less certain. The sun drifts a hand's breadth. The goose files a honk with the clerk of reality, and the gate makes a sound like a throat clearing. Summary for your sleep file. Castles are confident around cannons because stone understands stone. But a crowd with kitchen tools teaches a different subject. Nobles fear fire. They fear ladders that don't belong to them. Mostly, they fear a village that has decided to read. You shoulder your fork. Breathe the onion wool air. And wait. History is about to negotiate, very politely, with people who stopped asking. Chapter 17. The Jacques meet people who practice let's. Talk about what arrives when castles make phone calls. Morning slides onto the fields like a tired cat, and the road begins to hum with hooves. Not plow horse hooves. These have opinions about velocity. You stand in a furrow with the others, mud high on your boots, pitchfork splintering into your palm, and watch the horizon deliver heraldry with a schedule. Banners ripple in the gray, lions, chevrons, items that are not vegetables. The air smells of wet earth, horse, and the kind of oil that knows where armor has edges. Somewhere behind you, someone whispers, Jacques Bonhomme. And it's not a name, it's how they file you. Your leader, Guillaume Calle, who has a cooper's hands and an uncooperative destiny, has done what he can. Wagons have been pulled nose to tail into a ragged square, a peasant fort made of everything with a wheel and a complaint. Hedges and ditches have been promoted to strategy. You put the geese behind the wagons, because even revolution has limits. Under your wool, your heart does impressions of a drum. Across the field, the aristocracy warms up like a troop arriving at a tournament where the prize is your entire life. Men-at-arms gleam with the kind of organization you usually only see in beehives and very good bakeries. Bassinet helmets show teeth of visor slits. Mail peeks from under plates like a rumor you can't quite shake. Their lances look like long, very reasonable arguments. They are not alone. Crossbowmen unfurl strings, wind crank handles with a little sigh of efficiency, and give your linen banners that thoughtful look one gives to laundry before a storm. You are not here because you love running at horses. You are here because the war ate your harvests. The taxman invented new words with numbers in them, and the ransom for a king you've never met somehow got deducted from your turnips. You are here because custom has come to mean a trap you were born inside. Fury isn't the felted roar of a mob. It is the tight quiet you've been holding for years. You can lace your boots with it, and it still leaves some over. Kal walks the line, saying the right things in a voice that has learned not to shake. Stand firm. Keep the wagons tight. Let the horses break on wood and then strike. When he speaks, you feel taller by an inch and braver by 2. He has a borrowed surcoat over stubbornness. He tells you that help from Paris is coming, that Etienne Marcel means it, that the world can be pushed and will not always push back. You want to believe him the way you want a second loaf to rise. A trumpet cuts the sky into slices. The noble line rolls forward with the confidence of people wearing their net worth. The first bolts of the crossbows snap like angry knitting. A man beside you takes one in his shield, an oak board repurposed from a door, and the impact rings through his arm like a bell with the pinions. You have no helm. You have a cap. You duck when everyone ducks. It's choreography by panic. The horses come on. They lower lances as if pouring intention into gravity. It's like showing up to a tennis match with a spoon. Your wagon square quivers, hands lock on planks. Women set their feet and raise flails with the knowledge of wheat. When impact happens, it happens everywhere. Horses shy at spikes, lances glance off wood. A few riders go down in the mud and cover themselves in humility. For a heartbeat, the world seems negotiable. Then you see what practice looks like when it wears spurs. The nobles peel aside, circle, dismount in tidy clumps where mud would make a stag trip, and advance on foot in armor that makes them look like decisions. Shields lock. Blades try the wagons like locksmiths with good references. Crossbowmen move in a dance step that says they have done this after breakfast before. Someone in your line shouts, "Saint Denis," because shouting someone's saint feels like owning a little of their luck. You swing your flail. It bangs against a shield with a sound like hitting a table that has lawyers. Your neighbor jabs a straightened rake into a gap and gets rewarded with a cut that neatly separates belief from skin. The discipline across from you is not dramatic. It is a machine made of patience. They push, and when you push back, they let you, and then file you under later. Rumor travels the way geese do, low, loud, unavoidable. Guillaume Kal has gone to talk. Someone hisses. Charles of Navarre has offered terms. Safe conduct, they said. He'll bring back good news, they said. The rumor turns a corner and returns as a widening silence. He's been taken. Negotiation has become a bag over a head and a sudden shortage of leaders. In front of you, the line of polished certainty does not quiver. Behind you, wagon wheels creak like teeth. Panic, when it arrives, wears the same clothes as common sense. A gap opens where a cart axle snaps. Through it flows a small river of people who would like to survive. The nobles see it the way water sees downhill. They lean. The square becomes a trapezoid, then a suggestion. You find yourself backing over clods that your own hands turned last spring. Someone falls and doesn't get up because getting up requires a pause, and pauses have been canceled. Let's talk about the physics of anger. It is excellent for lifting and for breaking oppressive doors. It is less good at catching arrows. It does not make your skull thicker, your wool denser, or your wrists faster than a sword that has been weighed, balanced,
and named. Your courage is a bonfire. Their training is a stone room around it. You run. Not because you are a coward, but because you have a past worth keeping and a family who thinks your laughter is furniture. The field becomes a geography of choices: ditch or hedge, path or ruts, breath or one more swing. The aristocrats do not chase blindly. They follow in files, tidy as a ledger, cutting.
Retreat into sample sizes. Behind, the wagons burn, which will look like justice to someone writing a poem from a safe distance. By dusk, the road is empty in that specific way that only feels empty when your friends were just there. The geese, wise beyond politics, have relocated to a pond. You sit with your back against a hawthorn and taste iron in the back of your throat that is not, for once, the plough. From far off comes the cheerful shout of men announcing to one another that they were correct all along. Summary for your sleep file. You brought fury and a flail to a world that answers in cavalry and contracts. You discovered that professional violence is a trade, and the guild has dues. Tomorrow will bring words like reprisal and example, and you will learn new paths through hedges. For now you breathe. Count the stars the plague didn't take, and accept that the sword on the table came with a manual you were not allowed to read. Chapter 18. Receipts with helmets. Let's talk about receipts. The kind that walk into your yard, across a narrow grey strip of water from where you just learned what cavalry looks like up close. The same famine and war arithmetic arrives in a different outfit. England has figured out a way to count you that feels less like counting and more like leaning. They call it a poll tax per head, because apparently nothing says "we see you" like charging admission for having a face. Morning is damp. It's always damp. Smoke slouches out of the thatch like it had plans and forgot them. You're fixing a gate that has started to identify as a suggestion when the lane fills with certainty. Not a full lord's retinue, no banners playing bragging rights, but a compact bundle of authority wrapped in wool and mail. Men-at-arms ride in pairs, bits clinking softly, poleaxes like tidy exclamation points. Behind them, a clerk with a face that would deny you a biscuit on principle, holding a roll as if it were a sermon. At the center, the official. He is the color of a wet stone and is likely to move for you. He has a badge stitched to his cloak, the crown rendered with the kind of stern, simple embroidery that says, "No refunds." You stop pretending to fix the hinge and stand the way peasants stand when the law visits. Hands visible, mouth careful. Goose pretending to be a houseplant behind your leg. The official does not shout. He projects like a church wall. "By writ of the king," he begins, which is how all the expensive sentences start. "The tax due upon each person above the age of 15 is 12 pence. The clerk nods with the solemnity of someone who has never missed a meal. The men-at-arms let silence finish the paragraph. 12 pence. A shilling.
You taste the word like iron. You know the math of your house. 4 of you over 15, if you count your eldest's shoulders and hope no one counts her freckles. 48 pence is a theory. In reality, it's a year of tiny decisions, like whether to salt the last pig in hope, or just live on soups and stories. You have 6 pennies honest, 2 bent ones you've been pretending not to notice, and a pocket full of optimism that does not exchange well. Names are read. The clerk's reed pen scratches your family onto a list that might as well be a recipe for stew. One of everything. The official walks the yard, boots testing mud with an expertise that says he's confiscated a mud floor before. He notes your door, the good pot, the chicken who has the poor judgment to make eye contact. Payment, he repeats, and somehow makes it 3 syllables and all downhill. You hand over what you have. The pennies are silver, the faces smoothed by 100 palms, and the occasional moment of under-the-table filing. The men-at-arms weigh them on a little balance that is deeply disappointed in you. The clerk records the shortfall. The tall sticks come out, hazel, notched. He cuts a notch, breaks the stick lengthwise with a theatric crack, keeps one piece, gives you the other. A receipt that can be matched later by its broken veins. You hold your half like it is a permission slip to keep breathing. Where are the others? The official asks. You know who he means. It's always the others. The neighbors who are suddenly taking a very long time to fetch water. The elder who has found religion in the farthest corner of his barn. The girl who has condensed into 14 years and a shawl. The pole is a head count you can feel between your shoulder blades. He turns to the constable who has been trying to look smaller than his hat. Fetch them. We will not be laughed at. The village wakes in a series of nervous coughs. Doors yawn. People emerge with their best rags and their most helpful expressions. You line up because lining up is what you do when your options have all agreed with each other. The clerk asks questions in a voice that has never been told a secret. Name, age, household, occupation. There is a pause before age, and in that pause you can hear the stories that have already been tried elsewhere. In other parishes, they say, the commissioners asked the kind of questions that should be left between a family and the quiet. In yours, they keep it to humiliations you can tell at a funeral. Prove your age with witnesses, as if poverty keeps spare affidavits in its apron. Your neighbor, God help him, tries a joke about being 16 in dog years. The official looks at him the way stone looks at moss. If you are found to have lied, he says, your goods will be distrained. Distrained is a handsome word for being relieved of your pot, your cloak, your best hope of stew. The men-at-arms casually examine the handles of your life. A woman ahead of you argues that her son counts as 14 if you stand him in a ditch. Her case is not improved by the boy being taller than the official's patience. The clerk, to his credit, doesn't smile. He writes the way a pond accepts stones. Coins clink into the wooden bowl with the sound of winter. In another life, that sum would be seed. Here, it is policy. Someone tries to pay with foreign pennies. Lombard silver snuck back in a mercer's sleeve. Shiny, thin, optimistic. The balance says no. The official says less than no. He looks over the heads of your village and sees quotas, writs, a duke with a ledger. His job is to turn your days into one smooth number. He is good at his job. What happens when the bowl is shy of full? The law is very understanding. It understands how to take things. The constable steps into Margaret's cottage and emerges with her brew kettle, the one with a dent that looks like a saint if you squint and believe in iron saints. He tags it with wax and twine. Redeemable upon payment, the clerk says, as if anyone redeems anything around here except sins, and those only in theory. The men-at-arms are not cruel, which is nearly worse. Cruelty you can hate. This is procedure. They shift their weight, horse to foot, foot to horse, watching for trouble the way a mill watches wheat. You are a sack to be emptied into correct columns. If you were thinking of defiance, the poleaxes are beautifully persuasive. They do not point them at you. They let them be. That's enough. Rumor leaks around boots like water. In Kent, they say, villagers told commissioners to go boil their writs. In Essex, a hearing turned into a door that would not open anymore. Names drift in the damp. Tyler, Ball. When Adam delved and Eve span, someone murmurs, and someone else hushes her like a prayer gone too loud. The official clears his throat. The morning gets on with itself. By noon, the roll has more ink than you have answers. Your tally half sits light in your palm, a match to a match, proof that you exist and owe it. The men-at-arms remount with the practiced groan of men who carry iron and conscience in different satchels. The official tucks the bowl away as if it were a baby, which in a sense it is. It will grow into pikes and paymasters and new ideas about Ireland. He nods once, the charitable version of goodbye, and the lane empties of authority until next time. You stand in the quiet left behind by horses and arithmetic. The village exhales through its teeth. Margaret eyes the absence of her kettle like a missing tooth. The boy who was briefly 14 grows older by a year in his eyes. You look at the hazel splint in your hand and think, not for the first time, that counting heads is a strange game when the heads can think back. Summary for your sleep file. In France, armor practiced. In England, numbers did. You are part of a ledger that walks and eats. You discover that per head is a tax that mostly lands on the neck. Chapter 19. A spark on a horse. Let's talk about what happens when receipts grow legs. Rumor had been a polite guest all morning, staying mostly in the corners. By afternoon, it puts on boots. Kent stops murmuring and starts marching. You find yourself walking because everyone is walking, and you don't want your absence to get quoted later. A scythe head gets bolted onto a stout ash pole, rehafted, like a very pointed opinion. And you hold it because it feels good to give your feelings a handle. Bread, an onion, and a pouch of courage that smells suspiciously like ale ride in your bag. Someone ties a strip of cloth to a stick, and now it's a banner. Only later will you notice it was a shirt, for now it's an idea. You reach Blackheath and discover the countryside owns more feet than you thought. It's a gentle green bowl full of faces that look like yours, which is rare and deeply comforting. A priest named John Ball climbs something taller than you, a cart, a hill, memory, and calls across the noise, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who then was the gentleman?" The words sit in your chest like a door finely oiled. The crowd rustles with, "Yes, it's not shouting. It's a blanket being shaken out." The walk becomes a river. London realizes it is downstream. Gates don't keep out water, they organize it, and the city organizes you straight onto its streets. The air tastes of smoke, tanneries, and possibility. Things happen quickly, the way quick things do. Locks stop being persuasive. The Savoy Palace, which has always been a sort of architectural press release for John of Gaunt, experiences a renovation best described as open concept with heat. Prisons find their doors suddenly reconsidered. Somebody tries to pocket spoils from the Savoy. The crowd, to its moral credit, throws the loot into the flames. This is not theft, this is punctuation. Then there is the boy king. Richard II is 14 and radiates expensive. He has a white heart on his banner and the unsteady poise of a swan learning public speaking. You are older than him, and that feels like a clerical error. At Mile End, he promises by mouth and seal freedom from serfdom, fixed rents, a general "this is fine" for things that are not fine. Charters appear like magic tricks. Parchment is handed out to cheers. The word "free" walks around the square and tries on voices. You hold a folded promise made of calfskin and wax and think, perhaps tomorrow will be something else. But paper is not policy until it survives breakfast. It's time for a meeting with the manager. Bad idea. The place is Smithfield, a flat space where livestock meet commerce and occasionally history. You stand in a sea of peasants who are mostly farmers and suddenly a committee. The summer sun does its best impression of generosity. Dust nods off in the heat. The king's party glints at one end, a tidy arrangement of horses and men who have practiced their faces. And your end bristles with
Staves, bows, reworked tools that still remember barley. Between them rides a man you will tell stories about for the rest of your life. Wat Tyler is not tall in the way ballads remember. He is tall in the way resolve is. He sits a horse like he'd paid for the privilege with all the coins luck forgot to give him. He wears a short, practical mail shirt that has known both an anvil and a day's work. His eyes are the exact color of no. When he turns his head, the crowd moves, not because he asks, but because the air expects it. He rides forward alone, which is the loneliest number there is. Hooves whisper over the hard ground. You watch him cross the space between your days and the people who charge rent on them. He doesn't bow, he converses. Accounts will later become a chorus of disagreements about what was said. Some say he asked for water, to wash in the king's presence, a courtesy wrapped around a dare. Some say he asked for ale, because courage is thirsty work. Some say his demands were the precise shape of sense. End serfdom everywhere, no more lords' games with justice. Land at honest rents, the old forest laws retired to the attic. What you hear is plain. We are done being arithmetic. The king's men do not love plain. There is a movement like a sword remembering its job. The Lord Mayor of London inches his horse forward with all the lethal politeness of a butter knife that has decided to be a sword today.
Words turn to the kind of quiet that is made of teeth. Then the conversation ends the way too many medieval conversations end, with steel. It is quick. Tyler is suddenly less weight on the horse and more lesson on the ground. You do not breathe. The crowd does it for you. One shocked inhale that lifts the city by an inch. The boy king, to his lasting credit, rides toward the part of the day that could have become a storm, and speaks a sentence that history will underline twice. I am your captain. Follow me. It is precisely the sentence you needed to hear to not turn London into a memory. So you follow, because somebody has to steer this bewildered boat back to shore, and because somewhere in your hand is a charter that says the world was about to change. By evening you are carrying paper and unshed tears. Tyler's name moves through the ranks like warm bread. John Ball vanishes into a web of alleys and vows. The king's promises feel tall in the moment and shorter in the shadow of the tower. In the days after, the charters shrivel like greens left out of a jug. There are proclamations, and then there are retractions, and then there are punishments wearing boots. Some leaders are found and introduced to the law's most terminal punctuation. The rest of you go home, because homes do not milk themselves. Fields are a kind of truce. They need you regardless of who owns your afternoons. Here is what remains. You stood in a London square and saw a man on a horse bend the line of fear for a minute. You felt your back straighten inside a crowd. You learned that hope can be explosive and brief and still do its work. The people with poleaxes are very good at making statements. The people with scythes are very good at remembering them. Summary for your sleep file. A boy king promised. A city blinked. A leader fell. And for one exact afternoon, the working poor tried on the future like a cloak that almost fit. Eventually the crown wrote everything back the way it likes it. But memory is not a ledger, and you can't unsee a door once it's opened, even if somebody says they lost the key. Chapter 20. The church with two front desks. Let's talk about authority. Bad idea. You are still carrying the rustle of charters in your pocket and the echo of a boy king's sentence in your head when Europe politely taps you on the shoulder and says, "What if the person in charge is a group project?" You look up from your field, from your taxes, from your very dignified avoidance of plague, and the sky is suddenly full of bishops flying in formation. Somewhere bells are ringing, everywhere, like the continent forgot which hour it was and decided to try all of them. You step into a hall that is not really a hall so much as a feeling. Marble cool as a kept secret, tapestries that swallow sound, incense thick as a velvet curtain you have to part with your face. Candles stand like a patient forest. The air tastes expensive. At the far end there's a throne, gold behaving like it paid for this room. On it sits a pope, which is reassuring. Next to him there is another throne, equally enthusiastic, equally occupied by a pope, which is less so. Both wear the triple crown. Both hold the keys of St. Peter. Both gaze with the particular expression of men who are extremely certain God agrees with them. You check for mirrors. No mirrors, just copies. Your ears do the thing they do in dreams. They let in every sound at once, Latin unspools like silk from the mouths of cardinals. Scribes scratch at parchment with the concentration of cats observing sunbeams. Messengers pad across the floor, their shoes whispering city names you know from the edges of maps. Avignon, Rome, Bruges, Prague. A dove somewhere has gotten lost and is making the facebirds make when they wish they had taken the other corridor. Here's the footnote the century forgot to put in a big enough font. A French pope took the papal chair to Avignon in 1309, and the chair stayed there, politely eating good Rhone wine and doing administrative stretches. 70 years of that. They called it the Babylonian captivity, because that's what you do when you've read your Bible and you love a metaphor. Then a Tuscan woman with letters like arrows, Catherine of Siena, told the Pope to go home and be brave, and to everyone's shock, he did. Gregory XI returns to Rome in 1377, takes a breath, and immediately dies. The election that follows in 1378 is conducted with Rome breathing down the conclave's neck. Rome is very persuasive. Urban VI emerges Pope. Some cardinals look at Urban, look at Rome, look at each other, and go, no. They declare the vote invalid, retire to a safer distance, Avignon has better snacks, and elect Clement VII. You now have two popes. They excommunicate each other with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for family reunions and inheritance arguments. It's a map problem now. England, never one to miss a chance to disagree with France, lines up behind Rome. France embraces Avignon like a proud parent. Scotland remembers it hates whatever. England loves and thus is suddenly very devout for Avignon. Castile and Aragon flirt with one then the other, as if salvation were a particularly handsome trader at the fair. The Holy Roman Empire puts a finger on the scales for Rome. In that way empires do when a moment needs a little weight. You are a parishioner with a sin budget and a tithe jar, and this awkward question. If the man who can unlock heaven has a duplicate, which key works? Administrative mischief ensues. Bishops get 2 appointment letters. Abbots receive 2 seals. Parishes are asked to pay Peter's pence twice, which is like being charged double for the same loaf because the bakers had a disagreement about flour. 2 chancelleries send 2 sets of indulgences to the same town, with all the gravitas of dueling newsletters. The faithful are not sure whether to confess north-south or east-west. Confusion becomes a kind of weather. The hall tilts. On one throne, Urban VI drums fingers that could double as hammers. He regards reform the way a blacksmith regards iron. He will beat it until it holds a shape he likes. On the other throne, Clement VII has the patient politeness of a man who brought the better lawyers. Their faces do not move, but their clerks duel with quills, which is how medieval men do open-heart surgery on a body made of institutions. You stand there and think, it's like choosing a Wi-Fi network named Heaven Official and another named Heaven Official Guest. Both have passwords. Both claim to be faster. Neither can fix your signal. Let's talk about your local priest. Poor man. He went to bed one night with 1 pope and woke up with 2. His vestments have always smelled faintly of beeswax and cabbage. Now they smell like stress. He picks a side because the bishop picked a side, because the king picked a side, because his treasury picked a side. Every mass begins to feel like politics wearing incense. Parishioners in the back whisper about annulments, and dispensations moving at different speeds depending on geography. Someone's cousin's marriage, valid yesterday, is now only valid if the correct pope acknowledges it, which would be hilarious if there weren't children involved. You ask a question that does not make it into most official chronologies. What does this do to your sleep? The answer is, it shakes it. A unified church used to be your nightlight. Now the nightlight flickers between Rome and Avignon, and occasionally goes out when the candle gutters. You lie under your thatch listening to wind, and wonder if heaven notices clerical borders. You wonder if excommunication cancels out when it's reciprocal, like two strong smells neutralizing each other. Do they issue a joint statement? They do not. By the time the century is tired and sits down on a bench to rub its ankles, you hear a new scrape of wood across stone. A third throne is dragged into the hall. It will be a few years beyond your favorite century, Pisa, 1409, before anyone sits on it. But the chair is already humming with inevitability. Cardinals, having grown weary of a war fought with stationery, gather and try a reset. They depose both popes and elect a fresh one, which would be neat if the other two agreed to be deposed. They do not. Congratulations, you have unlocked the premium tier. 3 popes now, 3 seals, 3 office staffs, 1 Christendom doing deep breathing exercises and pretending this is fine. And yet, life insists. Babies arrive on schedules popes can't regulate. Wheat wants sowing. Cathedrals continue to climb into the sky 1 stone at a time, as if to remind everyone that up is still up, regardless of who signs the payroll. Monks brew beer because the gospel requires patience, and so does barley. In marketplaces, you hear jokes so gentle they don't leave bruises. 2 popes walk into a tavern. The innkeeper asks, "Who's paying?" The papal collectors answer in chorus, "You." There will be councils, Constance with its winter breath and packed halls that will fold the thrones away and try to sew the century's rip with cautious stitches. But for now, in the late 14th, you stand in a room where unity sits split, glinting richly under too many crowns. The incense curls, the candles wink. The doves consider a transfer. You back out on quiet feet, because even confusion deserves a little respect. Outside, the street is ordinary and blessedly single. Your parish bell rings. You go where you have always gone when the world is odd. You head home. You count your sins. You make dinner. Summary for your sleep file. 1 chair becomes 2, eventually 3. Salvation gets put on hold music. Europe chooses sides like it's prom. And the holiest customer support desk in history asks you to hold, please, indefinitely. Chapter 21. The chancel with no ceiling. Let's talk about prayer after paperwork. You slip out of the hall with too many crowns and too much incense, blink in the honest daylight, and walk until the marble in your ears turns back into wind. The road narrows, stubborn hedges hedge, and a church appears like a memory you are trying not to remember. Half a roof, half a bell tower, all of it bravely pretending that half is a perfectly complete number. You step inside. The door hangs like a tired jaw. The air smells of wet stone, ash, old beeswax, and the kind of dust that knows funerals by first name. It is colder in here than the weather outside, which feels like a prank. Your breath fogs. You become your own small cloud. Light filters through the missing roof in a lazy trapezoid and catches you in it. And you kneel in the chancel, because that's the part that still looks like it remembers how to hold a prayer. Your knees find grit. Your spine remembers that kneeling is a full-body activity. Across the broken altar step, someone has arranged a line of wildflowers in a jar that used to be a medicine bottle. It tries very hard to be cheerful. You appreciate the effort. You fail to be cheered. The wind has become the new choir. It moans through arrow slits and under splintered beams, with the kind of improvisation that makes monks nervous. Somewhere, a surviving icon is blistered with smoke. Christ's painted eyes narrowed as if he, too, is considering filing a strongly worded letter to management. Your fingers trace the broken edge of the altar stone the way you might trace a scar you've stopped noticing. You think of the last weeks, the last years, honestly, the last century, which has been doing a convincing impression of a long hallway full of rakes you keep stepping on. Let's talk about famine briefly, because you'd rather not, and yet your stomach never forgets. The rains came when they shouldn't have in 1315, stayed like unwanted house guests, and turned fields into a lesson about the limits of optimism. Grain sprouted mold that looked like fur and tasted like regret. You chewed anyway. Cattle died. People traded recipes you don't want to think about. You look at the cracked floor and remember hauling a sack that was mostly hope and finding the granary as empty as the promises. If you've ever stared into a pantry like it was a mirror, you know the feeling. You survived that, which feels like bragging but is just fact. Then a ship coughed in 1347 and the air got crowded. The pestilence that walked off the gangplanks did not check local regulations. You lit a candle for a neighbor, and then for the neighbor's wife, and then for the neighbor's children, until the wax ran slick as tears and the candle stubs looked like a little graveyard. You remember the sound of cartwheels at night, and the way the town bell became a metronome for grief. You remember thinking, surely it's done now. You were adorable. You stayed, because where else would you go? The century offered variety. If it wasn't weather, it was war. If it wasn't war, it was taxes. If it wasn't taxes, it was theologians shouting at each other in Latin while you tried to distinguish between sins you actually committed and sins you apparently had to pay for because someone else argued better. Raiders came through on a chevauchée and thought your church looked flammable. They were correct. The bell tower suggests, with its missing top, that lightning agreed. An earthquake somewhere far away, Friuli you heard in 48, rolled through and taught the bell to ring even when no one pulled the rope. Stones remember. So do you. You bow your head and send up a prayer that is less eloquent and more. Bug report. Dear Heaven, plague recurrence, crop failure, papal confusion, and my right knee. Steps to reproduce. Live in the 14th century. Expected outcome, occasional peace. Actual outcome, see attached century. You wonder which help desk receives it. Rome, Avignon, the one that was briefly at Pisa. Do you need two-factor salvation now? check your soul for a code we send to your conscience. Nothing arrives. The wind rustles parchment somewhere in the sacristy, like God's big inbox turning pages. You are not faithless. You are tired. There is a difference. You have listened to flagellants thwacking themselves through town like a very loud apology. You have listened to preachers promising dates for an ending that kept not showing up, like a party with the wrong address. You have tucked the names of the dead under your tongue like seeds and waited. And now you are here, in a chancel stripped of paintings, whispering to a ceiling that is mostly sky. Somewhere in another place, a woman named Julian is having visions and telling anyone who will listen that all shall be well. And you want very much to believe her. Meanwhile, you kneel in a draft and negotiate with your breath. Let's talk about exhaustion as a sacrament. The stonemason who used to sing while he worked is gone. The beam he set was taken down to warm a winter you survived. The mason's apprentice makes do with less song and more grunting. The nun who taught letters to girls has twice as many pupils now and half the ink. She prays and sharpens quills in the same gesture. The gravedigger's hands look like he has been gardening in the underworld. Everybody's sleep is a series of short naps sewn together with worry. You are not special in your tiredness. That, weirdly, helps. You lift your head. The light does a kind thing and makes the dust look like a galaxy. Your hand touches the altar step, and it's smooth where centuries of knees have polished it, rough where the latest disaster broke it. This, you think, is basically your personality. Smooth where tradition has burnished you, jagged where recent history tripped. You make a simple prayer, one word repeated until it becomes breathing. Help. You don't specify. You don't have the energy to make a list. Modern comparison, for anyone listening in from the future. This is like opening your banking app and finding not 0, but 3 different balances that all claim to be correct, while your kitchen floods and your Wi-Fi denies responsibility. You still have to make dinner. You still have to mop. You still have to answer your child's question about why the sky is crying. You still have to kneel sometimes, in rooms missing their ceilings, because humility does not require a roof. A scrap of chant floats in through the door from a shepherd who sings without knowing he's singing. The notes climb the broken walls and get out. Your shoulders drop. You remember. Barley wants planting next week. You remember the millstone needs mending. You remember that even in bad years, someone somewhere figured out how to brew beer that didn't taste entirely like punishment. It's not hope, exactly. It's the practical cousin of hope who brings a broom. You stand. Your knees comment. You bow to an altar that looks back with its best remaining dignity. On your way out, you straighten the jar with the wild flowers, because at this point you will accept any miracle, including the small engineering of a vase not tipping. The wind follows you out, and instantly becomes just weather again, not choir. You pull the door mostly shut. It hangs a little crooked. So do you. Summary for your sleep file. You knelt. The roof didn't. The wind sang anyway. And somewhere between famine, plague, and 3 competing customer service lines to heaven, you remembered to stand up. Not bad for a century with this much draft. Chapter 22. The Day You Didn't Bow. Let's talk about standing up when everyone's used to you kneeling. You remembered to stand up in the chancel. Convenient practice, because now you're walking to the manor yard, where standing up is not so much a posture as a crime of attitude. The path is muddy where the oxen have chewed it into pudding. The linden tree beside the hall wears a halo of bees and gossip. Beneath it, a table, 2 trestles, a board, the stage on which the village economy performs its very slow, very repetitive play. The steward sits in a fur-trimmed gown he absolutely does not need today. The bailiff has a tally stick like a wooden argument, and on a bench nearby waits a pair of stocks, trying hard to look like a piece of furniture and not an opinion. Your hands are cleanish, and your tunic is mended in honest geometric shapes. Your knees remember the stone in the church. Your back has a sermon's worth of straight in it. You're here because the barley doesn't plant itself, and the domain can't harvest itself, and half of everyone is gone. Supply and demand has arrived thousands of miles and hundreds of years early, wearing boots and carrying a hoe. The steward looks up. His eyebrows attempt to be a skyline. You owe week work, he says in the tone of a man reading rain aloud. 3 days on the Lord's land, 2 boon days at harvest. Also, of course, the little bits. Merchet if your daughter marries, chevage if you wander, heriot when you die. He unrolls parchment like your future is a receipt. You say, I'll give you 2 days, cash for the rest, and 3 pence a day when I do, plus bread and ale that's not last year's disappointment. Also, I want the harvest boon with lunch that doesn't look like penance. The bailiff sputters in pre-statute. 3 pence! The statute of laborers 51, wages at the old rate. He taps the tally stick as if money might fall out if he hits the air hard enough. You nod. It's a kind nod, the sort of nod you give a child who has just defined weather as rain that is rude. The old rate was 1.5 pence when your village had twice the hands. Now the scythes are lonely. The men at the plow look like understudies. The cows stand around like management consultants who cannot believe how few meetings there are. He quotes the law. You quote the graveyard. It's not that you're disrespectful. You're a connoisseur of respect. You've bowed to saints, to seasons, to the particular angle of a calf's leg that tells you which way to push. But the ledger of your life added a column titled Leverage this decade, and numbers appeared there that did not exist before. People with cloaks have noticed. People with calluses have noticed. The lambs are non-committal. Let's talk about bargaining, which is also prayer but with more math. The steward clears his throat as if he is about to cough up the entire feudal system. By custom, he begins, a phrase that means, because we've always liked it this way, you owe labor. You agree.
By custom, rain falls up. By custom, your hands break on other men's wheat, while your own plot tries not to sulk. But customs are not commandments. Even commandments got an edit once or twice. You mentioned that John over the hill at Little Hangleton is offering 4 pence and shoes that were made after Noah retired. You do not need to run away. You need only point at the horizon like it is a menu. The bailiff mutters about runaway villains, about the hue and cry, about the stocks peering with wooden enthusiasm at your ankles. He looks very tired. Everyone looks very tired. A small crowd has grown in the shade. Women with rope-burned hands, boys trying out mustaches in their minds. The smith who smells like a forge decided to try wearing a person. The reeve whose job is to translate between your world and the steward's without letting either side bite. They watch the way people watch a cat and a rooster decide who owns the barn. You make your offer simple. 2 days a week on domain work. No more dawn to dusk summons on holy days unless the weather has written an apology. Commutation for the rest, coin instead of body, and that coin at the going rate. A loaf each day you reap, ale that doesn't taste like medicinal pond, and a harvest feast where the meat is not purely theoretical. Also, a promise that no one will pry your daughter's marriage open like a money box for merchant, unless she's marrying above her hat. This is, in modern terms, your annual performance review, except HR is a goose with strong opinions, and the copier is a monk writing etc. in Latin because his hand hurts. The steward considers. He has a list of threats in his throat. He also has wheat in the field, hay in the meadow, sheep that insist on being soft and stupid at the same time, and a lord who would like rents in coin, because war is expensive, and the French countryside does not burn itself. The calculus is not kind to nostalgia. A compromise lands like a careful bird. 2 days week work, yes. Boon work, limited to actual emergencies, sworn on the parish's one surviving silver spoon. 3 pence on harvest days, 2 the rest of the year, bread daily, ale proper at noon. The merchant, halved. The steward says the word halved, like a man trying a foreign soup. You keep your face polite, while your rib cage throws hats in the air. The stocks look offended, but stocks are not a voting bloc. Let's talk about the sound of a balance shifting. It is not dramatic, no trumpets. It's more like when a cartwheel rolls out of a rut and continues on, a little freer for a few yards. People sign with their marks. The bailiff cuts notches into the tally, like you're all whittling history. The reeve nods at you with the sort of solemn friendship that makes a man keep your secrets and your egg count straight. Somewhere, the church bell tries a small, surprised ring all on its own, as if metal can eavesdrop. Modern comparison, for anyone with an app for everything. This is negotiating your salary without email, but with a legally binding tree. The cloud is a literal sky that will rain on your contract if you don't hurry. Your union rep is a neighbor who once wrestled a pig out of a doorway and now believes all obstacles respond to persistence. After, you lean on your hoe like a staff in a story and breathe. You did not dissolve. No lightning struck. No angel descended to remind you you're mortal. The ache in your shoulder has that covered. The crowd disperses in the direction of lunch and gossip. The steward pretends he always meant to be reasonable.
The bailiff pretends the statute was written in pencil. The stocks pretend not to feel lonely. You head for your strip of field. The soil receives you like a colleague who knows you've been promoted but won't say it out loud. You've not escaped the century. You've nudged it. Quietly. Like a shepherd nudges a sheep that thinks it is a philosopher. Summary for your sleep file. You asked. The sky didn't fall. Wages went up. And the only thing that sagged was the steward's jaw. Not bad for a day that began with a broken roof and a one-word prayer.
Chapter 23. The lamp that wouldn't quit. Let's talk about light. Dusk hangs itself on the linden tree like a damp cloak. The bees clock out, and you carry your new wage agreement home like a secret that smells faintly of barley. Inside your house, the daylight is already practicing being a memory. The rafters hold a museum of soot. The hearth mutters in prehistoric. You set a thumb-sized clay lamp on the table and coax its wick awake. The first flame is shy, an orange comma with ambitions. It licks the air like it's reading it. This is not a chandelier. This is the medieval version of the low battery warning. Olive oil, if you're lucky and Mediterranean. Tallow drippings if you're northern and pragmatic. A rushlight if times are crunchy. Just a dried reed dipped in grease that burns with the fragrance notes of barnyard opinion. Beeswax is for the church and the very fancy dead. Tonight's lamp is small, smoky, stubborn, and impossible not to root for. You breathe gently at it, the way you would encourage a nervous cat off a shelf. It steadies. It refuses the dark, politely. Under this light, you become several people. You are a spoon carver, tracing ivy spirals into the handle, because eating stew is better when the spoon has opinions. You are a mother, darning a sleeve with stitches so neat they look like a spell against winter. You are a neighbor with a half-remembered song your grandmother hummed when the bread behaved. And now it's your turn to keep it humming. You are not writing a treatise on ancient rhetoric. You are keeping your household alive, and a motif alive. And some nights those are the same job. Outside, the century behaves like itself. Plague in the middle, war in the margins, weather that reads like a dare. Inside, the flame writes a thesis in lowercase. You can still make something. Watch it argue with your shadow on the wall. It wins by being patient. Elsewhere, the lamp multiplies. In Florence, a scribe leans into a beeswax candle the color of ripe straw and copies a sonnet by a man named Petrarch, who is busy writing love letters to a woman and to a long-dead Roman named Cicero, because apparently the 14th century contains both multitasking and nostalgia. The letters smell like ink made of oak galls and iron, and a little bit of forever. On the candle's far side, a pair of spectacles perch halfway down a nose. The first great wearable tech is two lenses held in a tiny wooden pinch. No arms yet, just a squeeze, and the world sharpens. Productivity skyrockets, as does the rate of dramatic nose pinching. In Avignon, where the papacy has set up a very respectable, very French sort of exile, a clerk counts benefices by candlelight, and then scribbles private lines in the margin about how sometimes the math of grace and politics doesn't add. He adds a doodle, a rabbit arresting a man.
Marginalia are where the century laughs in its sleeve. Knights fight snails. Monks juggle geese. A cat plays the bagpipes.
These little jokes survive famines better than wheat.
In Prague in 1348, a university lights its first lamps. Students argue about Aristotle and whether universals are a real thing or just a useful lie. And they do it with the enthusiasm of people who own exactly one outfit and an infinite number of opinions. Bells from a new mechanical clock snip time into uniform slices. Imagine the joy of being late to class in a way that is demonstrable on the hour. Innovation is a chime with gears. Shift to Reims. Guillaume de Machaut hums beneath his breath and builds a mass where the voices braid like bread. It's called Ars Nova, New Art, and it sounds like architecture learned to sing. He writes it with quill and patience, copying notes onto lines that were only recently invented to be exactly where notes live. If you've ever stayed up too late because a playlist betrayed you by being perfect, congratulations, you have ancestors in this candlelight. A few seas away in Tunis and Fez, the lamp is brighter and steadier. Olive oil does that. And a man named Ibn Khaldun drafts the preface to history itself. He will call it the Muqaddimah and explain why empires rise and fall with a coolness that suggests he has personally watched several do both. He studies human groups the way your Reeve studies weather. He gives the century a mirror. The flame on his desk is a small sun. You could warm your hands at that kind of clarity. Back in your village, the parish priest leans over a page and writes names in the register with a slow care that feels like planting trees. He also sketches, very lightly, the first lines of a wall painting. Saints in robes that look suspiciously like local fabric. The devil with a grin people recognize from market day. On feast days, the mystery plays spill into the churchyard. You stand in the crowd and watch sin, salvation, and impeccable prop management. The devil exits pursued by a goose. The children scream happily. The lamp in your house will tell this story to the rushes later. Let's talk about paper. It's not ubiquitous yet. Parchment is still the old reliable, sheep turned into sentences. But paper, cheap and coarse and delightful, sneaks in from mills along the rivers of Italy and Spain and France. It takes ink thirstily. It means more practice letters, more lists, more drafts. The Decameron is written on paper in plague-shadowed Florence. 10 people telling stories to fool the reaper into thinking they are just laughing. You would have liked them. They invented what you call content, and what they called a coping mechanism with punchlines. That lamp on your table? It's part of the same conspiracy. You don't call it humanism. You call it not letting the dark win the argument. You copy a charm for sheepworms onto a scrap because the old woman who taught it to you died in the pestilence, and the lambs refuse to read. You carve a pilgrim badge from bone and pin it to your cap. A tiny picture saying, "I went, therefore I am." You lend your ear to a traveler who swears he has been to London and heard a man named Chaucer tell stories in English that sound like the bread smells. Imagine that, holiness and jokes in the same language you use to tell the cow to stop having opinions. Radical. The flame gutters, rebounds, steadies again. It smells faintly of cooked hope. Your children breathe the slow, trustworthy breath of people in the middle of a temporary miracle called sleep. The house's draft investigates your ankles and finds nothing interesting. You take the stub of your chalk and mark a tally on the doorpost. Sheaves cut today, pennies promised, mercy received. Numbers are a form of prayer when said softly. If a storm presses both hands to the roof tonight, the flame will bow and keep working. You trim the wick with your knife, the medieval productivity app. The shadow of your hand on the wall looks like a scholar's hood, which is frankly more flattering than anything your hand usually wears. The world beyond the village remains dramatic, but the lamp has absolutely no interest in the 100 Years' War. It is committed to the yours right now's piece. Summary for your sleep file. The century leaned in and blew. The lamp blinked and said, "No thank you," and went on illuminating dinner, a stanza, and a joke about a rabbit arresting a man, which, as manifestos go, is surprisingly convincing. Chapter 24. When dawn starts mixing new paint. Let's talk about morning. Your lamp has been rehearsing for this moment all night, a small understudy warming the stage. Now the real light arrives, slowly, like a cautious cat testing a new windowsill, and the color of the room changes from smoked oat to actually alive. The rafters unclench. The ashes in the hearth turn from lunar gray to something that remembers being wood. You rub your eyes and discover the world has been lightly edited. Color, in your century, behaves like a rumor that keeps being proven true. For years it's been browns and blacks, trustworthy grays, the occasional heroic red on a banner when somebody needs to feel important. But this morning the palette tips. Outside your door, dew puts tiny mirrors on the grass, and the sky tries on a paler blue than yesterday, as if someone up there has started diluting the ink. Let's talk about color, properly. You wrap your cloak and head to market, passing the dyer's yard where woad vats sit like patient lakes. Woad gives a blue that says, hard-working and slightly chilly. It's the denim of the 14th century. Everybody wears it, and nobody calls it fashionable because it's too busy. Across the way, weld is a shaggy weed, doing its best to be sunshine. It stains cloth a yellow that feels like a warm hand on your shoulder. Madder roots turn linen a red with opinions. Kermes, the fancy stuff, scraped from very dedicated insects, makes a red so rich it thinks it owns property. Verdigris drips green onto wood panels, courtesy of vinegar bullying copper into art. Azurite makes skies that don't apologize. Ultramarine, rare, lapis lazuli born, imported from faraway patience, sits behind a locked chest because it costs like a small horse and paints like a miracle. You used to notice dirt. Now you notice dye. That's a shift. The plague has cheated the head count, but it has also gone and made wages misbehave. You feel a new fractional confidence when you handle coin, like a person who finally figured out where the mugs live in the kitchen. With spare pennies, you consider a hood in green rather than respectable mud. Careful, says the law. In England, new sumptuary rules fuss in 1363, trying to convince your clothing to remember its place. You nod at the statute like you do at a toddler asking for a sword. Sure, absolutely. Meanwhile, you buy the slightly nicer trim. If the century is going to audit you, let it be for taste. Inside the church, walls that were once simply instructive start to glow. The parish painter's saints have acquired ankles that look like they bear weight, and robes that drape like they have actual cloth involved. Giotto has already taught Italy how to give figures volume a few decades ago. That lesson, like a good joke, migrates. In Siena, the council hall holds Ambrogio Lorenzetti's Good Government, a fresco that straight up says cities run better when people behave, and taxes don't panic. There are fields, markets, dances, a general sense that the town might just be okay. You look at it and feel your shoulders drop. Civic optimism as wall art. If you had a slogan, it would be, fewer skulls, more plows. Stained glass turns morning into a moving lecture on hope. In England, windows inch taller and busier in the new perpendicular style. Stone ribs like ladders, panes like honeycomb. In France, the flamboyant taste starts flirting with tracery that looks like fire slowed down. The sun squeezes through colored glass and lands on your cheek. Blue, cool as a lake. Red, warm as a secret. Gold, bright enough that you blink and decide to be better for 10 minutes. Books, too, catch the new light. A neighbor with more coins and fewer chickens has a book of hours, a portable spa treatment for the soul, with initials as big as feasts and margins where ivy and snails stage polite parties. Gold leaf doesn't just shine, it floats. You run your finger near it, not on it, you barbarian, and feel the heat it seems to manufacture. The international Gothic style starts whispering through France and Flanders. Elegant figures, delicate hands, clothes that do not exist in nature, unless you are very rich and very brave around mud. You copy a tiny prayer on paper, the cheap kind that drinks ink like a thirsty hobby. And even your scribble looks a shade more intentional in this new morning. Let's talk about time. It's changing its outfit. You hear it in the clock that chops the day into equal servings. The bell tone has a more reliable opinion than your rooster. With time newly measured, craftsmanship becomes bragging you can schedule. Looms clatter like friendly thunder. Cloth comes off tighter, finer. The best weavers use pattern as a flex. The colors hold because the mordants, alum, urine, vinegar, are mixed by hands that have failed before. Failure, it turns out, is a great dye master. Dance begins to look less like stomping to evict cold and more like something planned. The carol circles in town squares are lighter now, as if feet are rehearsing for grace. You join, because movement is the cheapest happiness. And because in a world where you can count bells, you can count steps. Your shoulders discover they have opinions. You, accidentally, invent posture. Public health, surprisingly, tries an idea. Down the coast in Ragusa in 1377, the port decides that ships need a time out if they come from sick places. First 30 days, then 40. Quarantine. It's the Mediterranean's do not disturb for microbes. You hear this in a tavern and think, a plan that involves patience and doors. Sensible. It's almost as if communities can learn. The thought tastes new. Art materials themselves are acting like they want promotion. Egg tempera has been the reliable accountant of painting. Fast drying, crisp, honest. In northern workshops, linseed oil starts whispering, softening edges, deepening shadows, making blue. Behave like water and skin like it remembers blood. You won't see the full sorcery until the next century's painters get loud about it. But you can smell the experiment in the studio. Oil, wood shavings, warm dust, a stubborn apprentice grinding pigment with the expression of a person imagining soup. Outside in the market, fabric stalls have become parades. Flags snap, even when there's barely wind. Guild banners swagger like they pay the sun's wages. You run your hand over a length of cloth the color of new pears and understand what prosperity would feel like if it were foldable. Bread still counts as success, of course. Survival still hogs the conversation. But the century, despite itself, has picked up a brush. Look up. The sky is practicing a better blue and keeping it all the way to noon. Your lamp at home, that tiny noble comma of fire, is asleep on the table, wick curled like a cat's paw after a successful night shift. You step into the daylight and feel the world color correcting around you. Not a sudden filter, but a series of gentle updates. A brighter fresco, a bolder cloak, a window that stains your face with moral geometry. Summary for your sleep file. The night taught you stubbornness. The morning adds style. The future is quietly setting out its palette. Sunglasses haven't been invented yet, so you borrow a scholar's spectacles, squint through the pinch, and call it progress. Call it progress. Chapter 25. The Four Horsemen book their group rate. Let's talk about shadows. After all that new blue in the sky, you squint through your borrowed spectacles and catch motion at the horizon. 4 silhouettes cresting a ridge no farmer ever named. It's not a painting yet, but your century keeps sketching it anyway. A composite image of anxieties with really good posture. Famine, pestilence, war, and death riding abreast across fields that used to be plans. First comes famine, thin as a promise stretched over winter. The landscape around him has that 1315 look. Rain-fed, mud-obsessed, everything soaked like bread left in soup. The little ice age is in a sulk. Summers shiver, harvests flinch. You can taste the damp in your teeth. Bread, normally the hero of all meals, goes weird, made with whatever will hold still. Acorns, pea flour, old rye that thinks about you the way a cat thinks about a bath. You chew because your jaw's unionized and has to show up. Livestock cough themselves into legend. A catamaran floats through the stalls like a bored sermon. Prices climb like sinners up a steeple. Wages don't get the memo. Your seed grain sits in its bin like a dragon guarding coins you're not supposed to spend. Except you do, because otherwise there's no spring to wait for. You boil nettles and convince your stomach it's soup. You tell your kids a bedtime story about a loaf with crust so thick it bends knives. And the kids applaud, because the main character is bread. Behind him is pestilence, arriving with the confidence of a coworker who comes to the office sneezing and says, "It's just allergies." The ships in 1347 bring more than almonds. Rats commute, fleas network. Yersinia pestis applies for the position of news everyone hears by bell. Buboes bloom like unhelpful badges. Air smells like vinegar, smoke, and whatever herbs the local apothecary pulled from a hillside and swore was an idea. The bells toll, and then develop calluses. You don't touch doorknobs because there aren't any. But you start side-eyeing everything. The communal cup, the shared bench, your own pulse. The flagellants pass through town like a traveling rehearsal for guilt with percussion. People look for reasons, conspiracies, targets. Fear hires scapegoats and pays them in fire. In a few places, neighbors do unspeakable things to neighbors because panic masquerades as certainty. You add it to your list of human errors and tighten your grip on basic kindness like it's the only tool you can afford. War keeps pace on amount that looks paid for by back taxes. The 100 Years' War opens in 1337 and refuses to read a calendar. Chevauchés roll through the countryside like badly planned barbecues, fast, hot, and leaving nothing but smoke. The Black Prince's boys ride by behaving like they own your crops, because for the next 10 minutes they do. Armies live off the land, which is customer service language for your pantry. You learn the word garrison and immediately dislike it. Longbows gossip from far away. Crossbows have opinions about armor. Sieges turn towns into boredom, punctuated by terrifying minutes. Calais starves with civic determination while the world watches. Between campaigns, free companies do freelance crime, a subscription you never signed up for. Your lord insists this is all necessary and noble. You nod politely and practice hiding your wheat the way a magician palms coins. Death rides last, not because he's slow, but because he's punctual. He doesn't argue, he itemizes. He's not a skeleton in a cloak yet in every mural, but give it a few decades and artists will have him dancing you into the grave with excellent choreography. For now, he visits with a bureaucracy of candles and bells. Priests learn to sprint. Wills are whispered into ears sharper than ink. The cemeteries expand like suspicious bread. You begin to measure time by who's not at market. You learn the shape of grief so well that it fits like a second cloak. And still, because humans are stubborn like weeds with hobbies, you plant, you mend, you laugh at jokes with bad timing. What does it sound like under their hooves? Boots in frozen mud, the suck and release of a field that doesn't want you, the clatter of hooves on cobbles inside your chest when a messenger arrives with letters that smell like seals and trouble. The wind rehearses winter, cold enough to make your breath a small storm. Your hands crack, your breath fogs. Your neighbor invents a new swear because language too is a survival craft. You cope by getting specific. You stash a lump of cheese in a place even a hungry saint wouldn't look. You sew coin into a hem so clever even you forget it and spend a week walking richer than you feel. You go to church not just to negotiate with heaven, but to stand somewhere with a roof and a story. You study Saints Sebastian and Roch for plague tips like they're influencers. You hear about quarantine in Ragusa, 40 days, ships sulking offshore like punished geese, and it feels like the first time a town decided to try patience at scale. You buy a sprig of rue from a woman who knows exactly how much fear costs today, and how to price it. The weather contributes notes like an uninvited violist. Spring shows up late, leaves early, and asks to be paid in advance. You harvest in a hurry between rains that arrive with the precision of a surprise. You sleep in a bed of straw that tries to become dust mid-sigh. You warm your feet on a dog who understands wages better than Parliament. Your cloak smells like smoke wool and achievement. Hot water is a holiday. Clean water is a rumor that sometimes turns out to be true. And in the midst of it, color persists. The horsemen pass a fresco still drying, and the blue refuses to flinch. A banner flaps with red too stubborn to fade. A book of hours opens at a page where a tiny golden sun rises on command. You
Hate to admit it, but the image of the four riders rounding a hill in cold light has style. International Gothic would love their silhouettes. If the century is going to terrify you, it at least offers good composition. You catch yourself thinking about how you'd paint them. Famine's horse, all ribs and resolve. Pestilence's mount, speckled like a bad prognosis. War's charger, muscular as a tax. And Death's horse, the color of things that don't bother with color. You blink, and the breath you release looks like ink in winter air. Here's the ordinary miracle. You keep setting the table. You slice turnip very thin and call it carpaccio because nobody can stop you. You split wood with a rhythm that almost counts as music. You fix a broken bucket with wire and audacity. You trade a handful of eggs for a handful of news and count the day successful if none of it requires hiding. When the writers move on, it's not because they're tired. It's because you're boring them with persistence. Summary for your sleep file. The century is a 4-horse problem ridden by professionals. But you have a peasant's solution. Show up. Mend the bit of world you can reach. Bake what will rise. And hide the extra under the floorboards. If history wants drama, it can bring its own props. You'll be here, rehearsing survival, which plays to excellent reviews. Eventually. And now, as we leave the century behind, it's worth pausing for a moment, not to marvel at the disasters themselves, but at the people who carried their lives through them anyway. Every soaked field, every thin loaf of bread, every shivering winter morning and coughing city street. All of it was lived through by ordinary souls who got up each day and tried again. Not heroes from stories, just humans doing the daily mathematics of survival. One more step, one more prayer, one more pot of soup that was mostly hot water and hope. It's easy to feel the weight of their suffering, the hunger that cracked jokes just to stay sane, the cold that negotiated with every bone, the fear that arrived quietly and stayed too long. And yet somehow there was still laughter. The miller falling in his own pond. A rat stealing bread with the swagger of a nobleman. Someone joking that bark bread was chewy with personality. Even misery, it turns out, had a sense of humor when it needed one. But what lingers most is not the hardship, it's the resilience. The way people kept tending fires that didn't want to burn. The way they planted seed they might never get to eat, because planting meant believing in tomorrow. The way warmth was something shared before it was ever something owned. Tonight, you are wrapped in comfort they never had. A soft bed, walls that keep weather where it belongs, food that waits for you instead of being hunted by you. No smoke-filled rafters, no bucket catching the ceiling's opinion, no need to bargain with the wind. So as you drift towards sleep, let this century fade behind you like a lantern being carried down a long road. Set down your thoughts the way they set down their burdens, slowly, and with the knowledge that morning comes eventually. Rest gently. You've already survived your day. Good night.